right. Good evening. Good evening. Good evening. Welcome back to the Real Precious. Happy Wednesday to everybody. Happy Wednesday. Happy Wednesday. When you guys enter, definitely hit that like button. As you hit the like button, it will trigger YouTube to send this out to all who are on YouTube. So as long as you guys hit that like button, the conversation will get larger. We'll get different perspectives because y'all know we dropped the chat and we dropped the link in the chat for y'all to join to give your perspective. Men and women are welcome. All perspectives are welcome. And so is respect. We want to respect everyone who is here. The lack of respect will get you kicked out. Okay. Just letting y'all know that now. All right. So happy Wednesday. Again, thank you so much for being here. Arpain, how are you today, sir?
I am fine. I'm doing okay. How are you?
I'm doing good. I can't complain at all. Doing really good. Feeling good about the show.
Yeah, it's interesting. We'll see what's going on. Let me see if I have anything to say. I might be tongue-tied all night long.
No, I think you'll be good. This is gonna be a good show. I have a few clips that will evoke good conversation. And those who are in the chat, definitely chime in. Y'all know y'all the well. The last topic we will be acknowledging National Unalive Prevention Month. So last show we were talking about, I thought this was mental health month. Sean, you may have to mute. I thought this was mental health month, but what it is National Unaliving, Awareness Month. So we will be talking about that. That will be our last clip of the show. But again, you guys in the chat, definitely chime in. I'll put the captions to the videos so everybody knows where we're at in the conversation. And with that being said, Sean, how are you this evening?
I'm doing well, but before we get into respecting people, I just want to talk about the disrespect that I felt when I was in Atlanta from our super moderator, Miss Tarika Smith. No, I'm
Ooh, you calling out Tarika, huh?
No, I'm just messing around. I did wind up meeting the actual King Smith, so salute to him. We had a nice. We went out to a hookah lounge and with some of his peoples and enjoyed that. Big up to everybody that I saw in Atlanta. And yeah, I didn't mean to blow up anybody's spot, Miss Tarika. I'm gonna start calling you Tarika.
I might get a video chat going or something because looks like Sean is really upset over this, Tarika. So you're gonna have to make it up to him somehow. I mean, or maybe she didn't want to see you, Sean. I mean, did you ever consider that? I'm just kidding.
It was more than a consideration; it was a reality. That's how I took it. Okay, I get it. You could have just told me, though.
Could have been busy. You never know. She could have got weekends mixed up. Who knows? All right. So Fish and the Fit is in the chat. Good evening, everyone. Good evening to you, sir. How are you? Thank you for being here. Jeffrey Woodland, good evening, good sis. Precious, the panel, the chat, and the mods. Hello, Jeffrey. How are you? Let's see. We got Mr. R. Payne in the chat. Good evening to the chat. Sarika in the chat. She said, please show your support through Cash App. I don't know if she's going to report back to these allegations. Okay. But we'll see. Christopher saying happy Wednesday to you too. I don't know. I haven't come across it yet. Y'all hit that like button. I'm still waiting for that comment from Sarika. Oh, she says, good evening. Good evening. All righty. Hassan, thank you so much for being here. Hey to you as well. All right, so we're gonna get into it. The title of the show is I'm Born to Be Feminine. I came across a video, and of course it's from the Pop the Balloon show. That's the name of the show, right? Pop the Balloon or Find Love or something like that. And so, we like going over these on these reaction videos, whether it's my channel, other channel. I see Hank does a lot of them as well. But it is real life. It's, real time, and people are speaking. I don't know if it's from their head, from their heart, from their feet. I don't know. But we're going to get into one that I saw. And a woman says that I'm born to be feminine. And she says this in response to this man and what he wants in a woman.
Thing for me, I'm a hard worker, and I want a woman that is also a hard worker too.
Okay. And Serena, why did you end up popping your balloon?
You said you wanted a hardworking woman, and I am not a hard worker. I don't want a job, so that's pretty much that.
That's cool.
I'm born to be feminine, not hard.
So when you guys hear women speak like that, what exactly do you hear?
She doesn't understand what that femininity and hard working don't have. They're not mutually exclusive.
Mhm.
You know, so she's just naive. She's looking at it like a talking point. But before I go on, on that show, I think she should get a bounty from almost every content creator on YouTube. I mean, everybody does reaction videos to it, and I think rightfully so, because almost every interaction, it begs, questions, answers, and conversation on so many of those interactions. I don't even think she knew that it would. That's why she doesn't come after people like some other content creators, because everybody does. But
You
anyway, that particular
know,
lady.
think about her and her show. I think that I honestly think, and I don't know, these are just my opinions and what I
Okay.
feel inside, but she's married.
Yeah.
And I think that her and her husband are a great team. And I think that he is a huge part behind, what's going on with her. And that's just a great example of two people working together, working smarter and not harder. Right. And so
Right.
that's one
Right.
of those situations where it's like, this is going to catch the attention. I mean, you have other cultures mimicking the show.
That's
And
right.
so the reach is very wide. It's very far. And so I don't think she needs to come after anyone. I think she just needs to keep doing what
That's
she
not
did.
what I meant. I'm saying the fact that she doesn't. It's like I know she doesn't,
Homage
and
to
I'm
her.
glad she doesn't. But she should get more credit than she does from people. Not money, but just saying it.
Right.
Because
Right.
everybody's using her content. Everybody.
Yeah, and I think what they have going on is definitely a just
Something real.
a thing right now.
Yes, it is. It's a thing. Anyway, getting back to the girl, she looks at femininity as a talking point that she's probably heard on this. I want to say YouTube streets and social media, because being feminine and being hardworking are not mutually exclusive. You could be both. Matter
Right.
of fact, you should be both. If you're a woman, femininity is more of a who you are as a woman or who you could be. It's like masculinity is not separate from being hardworking.
Right.
So anyway.
I think she said what a lot of these women are projecting but not saying. So I salute her for being honest about what she said, even though I don't agree with it. I am appreciative for her upfront or her openness and her transparency and her honesty, her being hot. Now, the reason why I don't agree with it is because it also reflects entitled slash maybe lazy perspective. But hey, if you are owning entitlement and laziness, I can't be mad at you. I'm mad at the people who are disguising entitlement and laziness.
I get your point there. But the fact is, I don't think she's as clever. You're giving her more credit. I mean, she's being honest, but I don't think she sees it at the level you're saying. You know what I'm saying? Because she's equating being
I
lazy
agree
as
with
being feminine.
I agree, but the whole thing is, I'd rather you tell me that up front
I agree
because
with
it
you.
then gives me that opportunity to decide instead of you telling me, I'm hardworking, I did blah 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 blah, independent, all of this, all of the talking points that are so popular right now. I'd rather you just tell me why you're saying these talking points and what you really want.
Right, right.
Well,
I want to.
she's saying that she doesn't want to work. She's not born to be hard. She's born to be feminine. But my thing is, so what do you want to do? What exactly? What's the lifestyle you really is? Or do you want to stay at home mom, or do you not want kids and not want that responsibility either? Because a lot of women who say these things, it's like, well, what is it that you want to do? You're just telling a man, I want to be feminine. I want you to be the provider. I want you to pay the bill and lead the home. But what is it that you're going to do? And I'm sure that's the question that men ask. Okay, so what is it that you want to do? It's almost like, not to say that you have to come to them with a business plan, but there has to be some type of plan, because if you're not working for the man, you're working for your man. That's how I
Right.
see
Oh yeah.
it. So you're going to be doing something in some capacity.
Right. And you know what? And I don't know if she had kids, but I think some women underestimate how much of a job it is to have toddlers in the house.
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying? I noticed that even with my wife, she had an opportunity to stay home. Sometimes you start to crave just adult conversation.
Right.
You know, you know what I'm saying? With little kids running around, they're exhausted. Come on, my wife is exhausted. I said, like she was working 24 hours a day, you know? So especially with my youngest one, man, that chick wouldn't stop moving. But anyway,
Yeah,
so
there has to be something. And
yeah.
when I saw this video, I'll play it again, but when I saw the video, it was a particular verse in the Bible that came to mind because she said hard worker. And those two words are actually in the verse, but I want to read it. But before I read it, I want to play the video again. And anyone who wants to join the panel, you definitely can join the panel and join the discussion. I welcome you. We welcome you. All right.
The most important thing for me, I'm a hard worker, and I want a woman that is also a hard worker too.
Okay. And Serena, why did you end up popping your balloon?
You said you wanted a hardworking woman, and I am not a hard worker. I don't want a job, so that's pretty much that.
That's cool.
I'm born to be feminine, not hard.
Okay, so she says she wants to be feminine, not hard. She's not
You
a
gotta
hard.
go to that conversation for sure. You gotta go see that part of the show. I wonder what she said she was gonna do instead. I hope he asked her that.
I mean, I don't know. Like I said, I'm impressed. Cause, for example, yo, what up, though, kid? Salute, long
What's
time.
what's happening?
But again, she repeated exactly what I was saying. She said, "I don't want a job. I don't want to work." Um, Now that last portion is to Payne's point is where we can argue. I wasn't born to be hard. I'm born to be I'm feminine. That's where she twisted it and manipulated it to serve her not wanting to work, lazy, whatever you want to call it, attitude, entitled attitude. But she was very upfront. You said hard worker. I'm not a hard worker. I don't want to have a job. Cool. You don't want me. Easy for me to determine, as opposed to somebody, well, I'm a hard worker. I'm working on my GED. I'm working on my PhD. I'm working on, and not really wanting to be clear on what they want. She was clear on what she wanted, even though it ain't what I would agree with, but she was clear.
Okay. Welcome again, Kenny. How are you this evening?
I'm good. I know a long time since I've been on the panel,
It's been a while.
jumping around these YouTube streets. I just want you to know I'm not neglecting the fellowship that we have over here. It's just like, I'm starting fires and, kicking in backs with my Timbs.
You got that. You got that. We'll leave that to you. Well, welcome.
Hey, Payne, real quick, Payne, you ain't going to say hi to me?
I
Your
said
eyes
hi
ain't
to
working,
you.
cataract bad?
Well, first of all, I said hi to you. You just
I love
wasn't
you.
listening.
I miss you.
Don't worry,
No
but
Diddy.
you're gonna be sad that you came back after this before we're finished. What's going on, man? I see you over there, man. I know where you at.
All right. He demanded some acknowledgement. You ain't going to say
I thought I did it first. Maybe he wasn't listening. He was looking at you. That's why.
Oh gosh, how did I get thrown into it?
You're the hostess with the mostest.
So, Kenny, did you see the video that I played, or should I play it again?
No, I didn't get the chance to. I apologize.
Okay.
3 times a
A
charm.
little tardy.
Exactly. Y'all know me. You got to watch a video 3 times to, get a clear understanding and give a perspective. So here we go.
The most important thing for me, I'm a hard worker, and I want a woman that is also a hard worker too.
Okay. And Serena, why did you end up popping your balloon?
You said you wanted a hardworking woman, and I am not a hard worker. I don't want a job, so that's pretty much that.
That's cool.
I'm born to
He said, that's cool.
be feminine, not hard.
That's funny.
So what do you think?
That's disgusting.
I think it sounded like she was the only one who popped the balloon too. There was only one balloon pop, and that was her. And she did it right away.
That's disgusting. Because that's the type of woman, if you fell ill or you couldn't take care of yourself, she'd leave you high and dry. That's the type of woman that doesn't seem like if you sat with your man and he said, Precious, I'm not where I need to be, but I'm going to show you a game plan as for where I'm going. I'm not trying to lay up on your couch and play PlayStation all day. I may have had a setback or I may have a direction I want to go in life, but I need you. Roll up your sleeves with me. Let's do this together. That's the type of woman that says, I ain't with that.
She says she don't want no job. She's not a hard worker. I mean, I would ask, is she working now? Does she just do the bare minimum? I don't know. Coach Ferg, how are you this evening?
Oh, he's over there chomping down, man. Look at him, man.
I didn't
So while you finish eating, I'll answer that question. She is working on finding somebody to try and take care of her entitled lazy butt.
That's gonna pay the bill, Sean. I'm saying, how is she? Is she working now, or is she accustomed to men who pay the bills for her? There's
she don't look that. She don't look good enough for that free ride.
Well, I'll say this: we don't know what her dynamic is, right? However, if she's childless, she can have those demands. Some women accept Section 8. Yeah, she can. She's single.
I'm sorry, she can, but
if she's childless, she can have those demands. Those are her demands. You can't force a woman to have a certain way. Right. You know what I'm saying? So if she's childless, she can get away. Some dude to pay into that. Some dude to buy into that. But if she's has children, more than likely, if she's not working, let's look at it. You're getting child support, or you on Section 8 housing. That's it.
So let's pick a scenario, though.
Let's
just say she's childless, right? Let's say she's childless. Let's go with you. Let's say she's childless and on the market. Does her appearance have anything to do with how much she can get out of a man? That's one. And if it is, I think she just might be one adult conversation from getting her mindset straight. Like if I sat her down and we talked, I said, when you say you don't want to hard work, what do you mean by a job? Because your life is, this living is in some cases a hard work. I would like to hear what she had to say to some pointed questions and see if she understands that if she wants to be a man who's on this square, yeah, I'll take care of you, but here's what you're going to have to do in return. And some people might consider, the modern woman considers a traditional life with a man hard work. I mean, real hard work. I mean, they look at it like poison. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Women want men to be traditional, and that's the last thing they want to do is be traditional women. Matter of fact, they look down on traditional women. A lot of women out here do. So I would like to have that conversation with her to see what she says, because she looks kind of immature. That whole answer is immature. So maybe she could be turned around or understood. I still might not choose her, but I don't know if she's a lost cause. That's what I'm saying.
Coach Ferg, I can't believe you went and said what you said.
I don't see why not. Reason why I said it, because listen, she doesn't belong to any of us. She's free to do what she wants. Okay. And I can't condemn her because that's her choice. She's just going to have to live with that. And when she plays out like we all do, we start getting gray hair, then who's to say where she'll land? So I'm not gonna, I don't know what else to say. If she's single, childless,
you're very nice.
And most guys wouldn't even pick her because of her skin complexion anyway. Y'all want them light-skinned, ugly girls. Y'all want them chocolate ones. Y'all no. Y'all want
I was trying to allude to that.
You mean we want a female version of you? No, we don't want that.
She's chocolate.
Yeah, they don't want that.
There's something to be said about chocolate chips.
Yeah, they don't want the chocolate.
Coach, I done got all these cavities in life from chocolate.
Oh my God.
That's you.
Let's get that. misconception out the way.
No, they don't
These
want to
women,
they want the light skin with the weave.
you're kind and merciful. Those are the women that need to be ousted from our community. You understand? They will get chose, but you know who she is?
Who?
I will refer to Players Club. She's the young girl that came in with Diamond. You got to use what you got to get what you want. But they don't understand they have a period between 18 and 36. I'll be fair enough to give them 18 to 40, where that thing has to hold true. Then it goes downhill after that. Men accrue value from 18 up. And then they learn, and I'm speaking for the majority, to discern what they need in their life after they done took their lumps like Pete the Puma. Because I done got my lumps from chasing women just like that. But then I realized later on, you can't bring that home to mama. That's just good for the moment. You can lie to yourself aspirationally, say that you could change the mentality of such a woman that she becomes a housewife and under your fold. But then you wake up after you get enough lumps and say, you know what? You got to discard women like that with the bathwater. Because they are cancerous to the other women coming up that believe that that'll be okay.
Kenny, can I ask you a question?
Go ahead, Arpane.
My question to you, Kenny, is that if a woman says one stupid thing, does that disqualify her forever?
It's not one stupid thing.
Well, I mean, let's just take the instance where she answered that correct. You know, we don't like her answer. I guess it's a mindset that she developed. I'll give you that.
Okay.
So, and she says it, but sometimes people think some things and they don't see how stupid it is until you actually say it out loud. That happens to people, right?
So watch this. If it hisses like a snake, you're gonna wait to get bit, or you're gonna take precaution. Because the great Maya Angelou, no matter how many men called her a whore, this, that, and the third, she is one of the most prolific women that we've known in our time. And she said, when somebody shows you what they are, believe them.
Yeah. And every time I do this, it's not that that's Captain Save Pain.
So with her having the sentiment, what age group of men is she really getting to here? Because it's not like every age group of man can put a woman in that situation where she doesn't have to work, or he could be labeled as a simp in the YouTube community, right? So is she marketing to a certain type of man? Because most men wouldn't sign up for this right off the bat.
Well, again, I love what she's done because she's being straightforward. She's being honest about it and giving you a choice. Unlike those who disguise the same mental, but they disguise it in their narrative. They disguise it in their accolades. They disguise it in other things.
Answer the question, though, Sean. Answer the question, though.
What age group? The person who can. I don't think it's an age group. It's a person who can afford it or who's interested in it. It's not about
age has something to do with that too, though.
It could. There's a lot of rich young guys. There's a lot of young guys making money. There's a lot of
but Sean, stick on that. A rich young guy with a certain mindset and an older rich guy don't think the same.
I mean, that's possible. That's possible. I mean, no, it ain't nothing true.
We don't think the same as a 25-year-old. Stop it.
I mean, what I'm sharing with you, there's a lot of 25 years old who think like us. Yes. Let's not discredit them.
No, but with the means, right? We're talking about 25-year-old with means, right? Right? He's gonna have a stable of chicks. He's not caring about what she says. He'll have, if he wants something, he'll have one. She could fulfill the role of the pampered one, and he'll have around 4 or 5 other ones in his rotation.
Yo, Pain, women like that, and I would give her say 25 to 32.
Right.
Ain't looking for no younger man. She looking for the one that she can call
but
daddy.
An older man is
She
not
looking for Cuddy.
No,
Most
you're
women,
right. But what I'm
most
saying
women.
is she doesn't understand this, Kenny. That if she's looking for an older man, he's gonna have demands. He's gonna have demands. He's not gonna let her. She can say all she wants.
What did you just miss, Pain?
Huh?
What did you just miss? The older man that's Cuddy would align with what she wants, because he be like, I got you, while he's giving her that yard and sucking on that lollipop. Or give her some Jolly Rancher, say, get in the side of my Lincoln Continental and blow the sweet scent of Jolly Ranchers in my face while I drive.
So let's talk about how old we talking about, because I don't see no dude 35 to 45, 50 even going for this. He'd be like, shit, yo, I don't say that.
Coach Ferg.
I can say 60. You know what I'm saying? He needs somebody to jiggle his little shoulders, but
somebody gotta go.
Ferg, to answer your question, I know niggas like that.
It's a few. I don't know nobody.
You understand? I don't know if you was homeschooled. I don't know if you was homeschooled. I don't know where you from. No disrespect. I'm not gonna do that to you.
Killing me, man.
I'm not gonna do that.
You don't think they're gonna have any demands from her?
Yeah, right.
See, the demands that the guy has is gonna be work.
You know what's crazy?
Listen, I mean, a man is not gonna let a woman just be in his orbit like that without demanding something from her.
You know what's crazy?
Did you hear what Kenny said?
Hold on, let me say this real quick.
No, maybe I don't understand what he said.
There was a time they called you Sweet Dick Pain, and you was stressing over somebody being pregnant.
Work, man.
You remember that? Do you remember? Wait. I don't care how much Bible thumping you do right now. The gooch is here. Remember when you was sweating over slinging all that raw penis around town, and you was like, "Woo! I hope she's not pregnant." Then you found the Lord and a good woman. You remember that?
No, I don't. I don't remember that. I'm old, remember? This shit just go in one part of my brain and out the other and shit. You know what I'm saying? Listen, Kenny,
I know you know that conversation.
Maybe I don't understand where you're coming from.
And maybe we're just talking past
we're just talking past each other. Any man who has
you know what I'm talking about.
Well, I'm just telling you, you're saying stuff. If I was an older man with her, what I'm gonna ask for her, it's gonna be some kind of work. She's either gonna be doing something, and the point is, the way she said work, we gotta define what she means by work. She sounds like she don't want to do shit for what she want to get.
Pain.
We remedial now?
Yeah, Pain. Did you hear what Kenny said?
I heard what he said, but maybe I don't understand it.
Well, let me help you understand it. Think of rhyming with no, and then put a jar behind it. That's the word.
She might not want to do it.
Again, what makes you think not?
Because the way she answered the question, she don't understand what the hell she's saying. That's what I'm thinking. I'm looking at her. She looks like she's naive and childish. You know, she thinks she's gonna find some man come in and fund her lifestyle for free.
And I'm glad
and she's gonna be on the couch eating bonbons or some shit like that.
They got 5 or 10 of them coming into Port Authority in New York every day. And there's that guy waiting outside. Baby, you hungry? You need something to eat. You need some nice. Wait, I see you got on them little Birkenstocks on your feet. You need something nice? Take you shopping. That's what she wants. She don't want to hear that she has to work for nothing.
I know that's what she wants, but
okay,
I don't know if she wants to pay the price for that. I don't think she knows she's gonna have to pay a price for that. That's what I'm saying.
Mr. Payne. There's always a cause and effect.
And we're in violent agreement. You know, I'm just saying on the back end, I think she's too naive to understand that all that shit she's talking comes with a price. And I don't think she's willing to pay it.
Mr. Payne,
wait, hold on one second. Ladies and gentlemen.
Wait, Sean, no man on this panel don't do nothing for no woman that they're not platonic for if they're not looking for a return.
We understand that. If we play that video again and you guys listen to her one more time, you'll understand she's naive as hell.
Wait a minute. Ladies and gentlemen, Is this the all pain that last week was beating all of us up about women taking the not holding up to their own, taking accountability, and us always giving them a pass?
I'm just showing you my versatility in life. That's all.
Oh, okay, that's what it is.
That's all I'm showing. I'm very consistent. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to save her. I'm just saying we're reading her wrong. I think she's being read wrong. She's just, to me, her naivete made her answer that question like an idiot like that. Because she doesn't realize, because I don't think she's been around a man who would demand something from her. She don't look like the type. She's just talking shit up on the balloon show. Yeah. Yes, sir. Yes.
Wait, before you go, Kenny,
yes,
Rick, how are
what's
you?
Going on? What's going on, Uncle Rick?
Thanks so much for joining.
Rick, you're muted. Please help us out here. You're muted. Please help us out.
What's good? Peace, guys. Peace, God. That's how you doing. What's good with you?
Doing
Miss
well.
Precious. I'm glad I could finally join you.
Yeah.
I ain't even seen the video. I just was late.
Gotta say it again.
I'll play it.
It's short. It's very short.
It's a short one.
The most important thing for me, I'm a hard worker, and I want a woman that is also a hard worker too.
Okay. And Serena, why did you end up popping your balloon?
You said you wanted a hardworking woman, and I am not a hard worker. I don't want a job, so that's pretty much that.
That's cool.
I'm born to be feminine, not hard.
Go on.
All right. She's born to be feminine, not hard.
Didn't Maxwell make a song called "Woman's Work"?
Mm-hmm.
You were supposed to work hard for your man. That don't mean going out in the world and facing the world. No, if you're a housewife, but you still got to put in that work for your husband.
Mm-hmm.
So a woman that's not doing nothing is useless. Just like a man that's not willing to do nothing is useless. Right. She's useless. It's just what it is. To address what they were saying, like she ain't that. She's not naive. Every woman know. Every man know. Okay. If you ain't no virgin, you've been out here in these streets and living in your world. I would say anybody over 23 ain't got no excuse no more. Anybody else? The way we live now and how social media spread everything like wildfire shit, 22, 21. That's why people not together, right? That's why men are going their own way and women are bettering themselves for themselves, right? Because nobody want to do the work, right? What do
Rick,
I know,
you sounded like last week Pain right now. I appreciate that.
He's actually being facetious to a point. Catch what he's pitching. Because most of these women, I'm 52 as for yesterday, and I watch. There's still 21-year-olds.
Happy belated.
Thank you much. There's still 21, 22-year-olds when I go to the steam food place. Hey, what's happening? I'm old enough to be your dad. You know what they say to me? So you can't tell me naivete is an excuse when a woman is cognitive of what comes with that. It comes with my American Express grade card. It comes with me funding your lifestyle, putting clothes on your back, and you don't think the entree is a serving of pickle? She's naive to that?
Well, you see, I think maybe we're using the word in different contexts, okay? I'm saying that she's never experienced a guy that really has taken care of her. She might have banged out a couple of guys, but if she ever had a real sugar daddy that was really a sugar daddy, she probably wouldn't be on the show.
You believe that?
What I'm saying is she doesn't know the reality of being kept. And that if she wants to be kept the way she said, that's just going to be work.
There's going to be some things.
It's going to be work.
I agree.
I don't think she understands that. I mean, she might understand it, but she hasn't experienced it.
It's either a lot of work or a lot of heartache that's going to come with it.
Right.
Man, I think.
So do you see where I'm coming from, Kenny? When I said naive, she never had the experience to understand what she's asking for. Let me put it to you that way. She doesn't give me that impression.
Kenny just said something that I gotta agree with. And I don't know where this pain came from right now, but but he just said and we're about the same age, and he just said, if I go to a girl and I say, "Yo, you old enough to be my daughter," he said what she says to her. So what I hear is, "Hey, daddy, they're very aware. Stop. I'm now feeling like you. Stop giving them the out in these excuses that they naive and blah 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 blah." That's what you told us last week.
You're still missing my point, but I hear you. I said that, but I'm just talking about this particular case with this woman. I'm not saying, maybe I used the wrong word. I'm saying she doesn't. I don't think she experienced what she saw.
You're always using the wrong word.
Yeah, yeah, maybe.
I mean, what experience? So you telling me that she never had So you telling me that she never had a job that ends with what we know? I mean, that rhymes with what we know.
No, I'm.
What? The what?
So she
I know he's trying to say it. He should just say it. But
I'm just trying to. What are these riddles and
job, Precious. A job that rhymes with no.
That's why y'all be confused as women, Precious.
All right,
shit like this.
Let's say
it. You trying to tell me that she never? Okay, Precious. I'm getting to it. So you trying to tell me that she never gave a blowjob?
No, see,
So she know what work she's gonna have to do.
She never had sex or did
oh my God,
that.
Of course she knows that. She's a woman, he's a man. Sex comes with it. That's not the work I think that she's talking about. And even if it is, she just might as well count herself out of
That's
there.
part of it, right? That's part of the bargain, right?
The point that I'm making is what Kenny said. As far as Cuddy, if you saw the movie, that's what he's referring to. It was very clear.
Find your references. Maybe there are people who are watching who don't know what Cuddy. Are you talking about ATL when he said, "I'm getting a Cuddy tonight"? Is that what you're talking about? Because that's where I'm at with it.
Talking about dead presidents. Remember when he came home from the war, Lorenz Tate, and homie came up in the Lincoln
just laid a little money on Juanita,
sucking on that lollipop, passing her a little yard or something.
I was lost. I didn't know what y'all need to. This is the real Precious, not
at this point.
The make believe.
You should consider me
Precious. Like, just keep it real. Say what you need to say, okay?
Okay,
that's the coldest part of that movie, though.
Yeah, in fairness,
now let's watch it.
Yeah, in fairness to what you just said, in your perspective, Precious, the movie Dead Prez had a scene where, as he said, Lorenz Tate came home from the war. And his wife/baby mother was hanging out with the local drug dealer. Name was Cuddy. And when he came home and Lorenz Tate was in the car with them, Cuddy pulled up, sucking on the lollipop, who had been giving her money and things of that nature, taking care of her. And she's been taking care of him, is what was assumed. And he damn near flipped out. You got to rush the rest of the scene, but the point is, she knew what she was doing. He knew what he wanted her for, and that's what he had her for. It wasn't about any other job other than the job that I just mentioned.
Okay, so are we saying that this woman is alluding to not wanting to do sexual work?
Captain Saberpain is. We're not.
I didn't say that. You guys are tripping, man. I'm hearing. I didn't say anything about her not wanting to bang the guy out once in a while. I'm thinking that if she wants to be a kept woman, it's more than just doing that shit on call all the time and whatever he wants you to do. And she don't want to work hard. She's not going to want to do that either. I'm telling you, she might give him some sex, but that ain't the work part. That's not the work part.
You're talking from a married man, not from a Cuddy.
No, man. That's bullshit, man. I've been alive for a very fucking long time. You know, I'm telling you, man. You guys are reading a lot of stuff. I'm reading that particular girl. When the vibe I get from her, I'm not saying she doesn't understand sex. I'm saying that naive answer tells me she doesn't know what she's asking for. That's what I get out of it. That's all. I'm not saying she doesn't know how to have sex or she's a virgin.
And can we be?
If she was a girl that she wanted me to keep her, she might not be working for the man out there, but working for me wouldn't be easy. It would not be easy.
Yeah. And can we be honest here?
Right, buddy?
but
just give me a blowjob or just be part of her job description.
But let's be honest. Most of these women that come up on these pop the balloon shows, they're not your corporate run-of-the-mill women. They're local, around the corner, around the way girls that's looking for the come up. And you know, who's to say she hasn't experienced some little local hustler, or anybody just coming to her feed into her ego, whatever, but she's going to have to pay the price for the lifestyle that she's asking for.
Absolutely.
Either way, she's going to have to pay the price. And if she doesn't, like Sean said earlier, if you hear this as a man and you know you on your shit, you have to see the blindfold. That's how you have to act like you don't even see her ass. Why even give her energy and time? And then she going to be who she said. And now you complaining about why she take it. No.
Coach Ferg, you saw how thick that girl is? You see the gam on that quarter horse? You're going to just walk by it if she got the wrong outfit out and not look?
But she's letting you know how she moves.
Yeah, Coach Ferg. If she rub one of them thighs on you and start whispering, you're like, no, I don't want that.
Stop it, flip it up, rub it down, and keep it moving.
Wait,
well,
you know DVD.
$40 on the table.
Okay, Cuddy. No, but seriously, before you came on, Ferg and Rick, I said that what I appreciate about her is that she's straightforward with what she wants. And it gives you the opportunity to make your choice. And that's where Cuddy versus a Super Pain comes in. And because if you're trying to wipe her, to your point, Pain, it's pointless. But if you're Cuddy and you're trying to just, and the funny thing is that have we heard the saying, and I think we all on the social media, what's your price for submission? That's just what Cuddy is asked. That's what he asks. What is your price? And those who can afford it, basically, when you say, well, I gotta, we spoke about a couple of weeks ago, Michael Jordan 1% versus the average man 100. That 1% can cover $100,000, $200,000, all these boss chicks' yearly salary, and it's nothing to him. So he can go ahead and be like, I got you. All I need you to be cooperative, submissive. That's it. It's no different than a Cuddy who say, I got you. All I need you to be is cooperative and submissive. What's your price? The point that I'm making, at least she's saying her price is there and she's going to give it to you.
Absolute power corrupts. I've watched guys that I know with money break women that had standards and so-called requirements. I've seen men that say, you know what? I'm going to get you. No, you're not. 2 weeks later, you got her.
I'm in a bind, Nate.
Every woman, listen, every woman ain't no Mother Teresa. And I'm just using the figurative speech of that. Every woman has a want, and if a man knows that want and how to fulfill it, she'll return to that comfort.
Act like I disagree with that. I don't.
No, we don't.
Yeah, because we know you used to be Sweet Dick Pain before you changed your life around.
I said forever. I've said forever. And Precious, if you remember when I said this on Lapie, once a woman hits a certain standard in her life, it kills her to go backward.
Yeah.
She'd rather die in most cases than to go backward.
But the point is, when a man can afford that standard, it will kill her.
If she lets it, I mean,
but
yeah.
She already said it. She already said it. It goes on we see it all the time. That's why our divide in this gender war, quote unquote, happens. It's because it happens regularly. They want this, as they call it, high value man, and that high value man give her what she want. And then they like, oh, but he's an asshole. He did this to me. And they crying about it. But that's what they asked for.
That's what comes with it.
But that's what our people was saying. They don't know what they're asking for. I'm glad we got this, Sean.
Okay, so wait, Precious. Ain't no woman that deaf. That dumb blonde thing, that's Three's company. That's back in the day. You know what comes with asking for what you want with the man with the means to give it to you. At one point, you gonna hear that zipper come down and you got to do something to it.
That's the easiest thing they can give is some
know what
box.
it comes with. However, you don't know the how it's going to grip you up. Women are not wise enough to realize that once you indulge in that sexual activity, once you receive him, you're going to continue to receive him. He's giving it. It's easy for him to just give it. But it's harder for a woman to receive it. And a woman who continues to receive it, she's not understanding that off the rip. He's going to give me what I want and need. He's going to provide.
I disagree. I disagree.
So go ahead, Rick.
I disagree. I think most women know what they're getting into. I really do. I'm sick of this trope that women are very tactical. When y'all want something, y'all can figure out a plan to get it. I think that's a misconception we telling a lot of young men. They know exactly what they want. And what's even crazy is that once y'all figure out y'all want it, y'all move hell and high waters to get it.
Woo! You see all these heads nodding, Precious?
I see the heads nodding, but that's why people get women when they're young. This is exactly why the young are preyed on. Maybe a woman who has experience, has been through the game, and know how to be tactical with men. Know how to.
Ma'am.
To me, I feel like
no.
Right.
Precious, you're special. We're not getting you in this category, but listen to us, men.
Ma'am.
It is out there.
Ma'am. I told this story and I'll tell it again. I was 16 years old. Hyde Park Career Academy, Stony Island, Chicago. Girls was dating grown-ass men. Men was pulling up in Monte Carlos and BMWs on BBSs. Grown. They mama knew they was dating grown-ass men. This trope that women don't know what they doing, no. There are no innocent parties in a relationship. Both of y'all came together to make some shit shake.
I wholeheartedly agree. I wholeheartedly agree, and even to add on to that point, Precious, it's taught, it's conditioned that way. A lot of the reason why I push back so much is because you cry victim when it happens, but you're told, we're telling you not you specifically, we're telling women right now who are going to sit there and be like, yeah, but not with me. And we know doggone well, you're no exception. Yeah, your standard is high. That means your price is higher.
What exactly are you saying that the women know? That what exactly do they know?
You asking me?
Do they know?
They know the repercussions of the game.
And the repercussions are what?
All depending on the dude they dealing with.
So how do they know?
Their mamas taught them. They aunties. They learned growing up. Y'all. Listen. Hold on. Let me finish.
Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Saying that experience is the best teacher, so they're not going to. If it's their first experience, they're not going to know. But like I said, if they continue in this and it has them a stronghold on them, then that's when you could say you knew what you was getting into.
No.
When you continue to do something and you continue to receive something from someone, then you know. But when you're first into this limelight, you're young, you're thinking sex, money, attention. That's
question.
Number one currency.
Question when you're done. Mm-hmm. Did you have any boys that liked you when you were little? When you were younger?
Of course.
Did they bring you a soda or a candy or cake or something?
Yeah, maybe.
Why'd they do that?
Oh, I don't know. I didn't buy into it.
Oh, you don't okay, so why didn't you take it?
Because I didn't know what they wanted. They you can't just say here's this and for me to think
why? You're not answering the question. Why?
I was raised differently.
Right. Raised what? Raised differently what? What was the lesson you was taught?
To not just accept anything from anyone just because
from
they're
any man, from any man?
No, anyone.
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 So nobody told you don't take stuff from men you don't like.
Don't take stuff from men you don't like. No, that's not something that was taught to me.
Okay.
Well, let me just chime in. Can I chime in for a second?
Go ahead.
Because in this conversation, let's try to separate our personal way we handle things from the discussion for a second.
What?
I believe this, right? Both men and women are subject to the laws of nature. Men are inherently want to have women, and nobody has to teach us that. If you're a healthy man, you're going to want to have sex with a woman. Women understand that men view them, that they have a commodity that men have. Nobody has to teach you that shit. It's something just by living, you'll realize that men, especially if you're attractive or even not attractive, they want something from me. And it doesn't take you a lecture to figure out what they want. You know, and if that's the point, you know, so we keep trying to put different kind of standards on that shit in the absence of all the shit that we know, religion, culture, and all that. Our biology tells us what we want from each other. Period. And that's the reason why we have so much chaos now, because all that shit is stripped away. So I don't need to have a lecture to tell me that I want to bang out chicks. I'm not trying to figure out why I want to bang out chick. That shit's God-given. And women understand that they have a commodity that I want. And then the women start getting smart and say, shit, I could barter this shit. I could barter it for money. I could barter it for fame. And I could barter it for marriage. You know what I'm saying? So all that stuff is right there. And we try to put all these other things on it. We're no matter our cognitive abilities, we are still subject to the laws of nature. And the fact that all this is chaos, women don't want to get married, men don't want to do this, all that shit is programming that we let ourselves be susceptible. We're out of balance, and that's why everything is all effed up.
So let me ask you a science question. Does science dictate that women mature faster than men? Their brain becomes more cognitive.
Only when it's convenient.
Well, no, I'm not asking your feelings.
I thought you said just
what is documented scientifically.
That's what they say.
That's what they say,
right?
That, but if you say that on a panel of men, they're going to say that's not true.
No. Listen, I'll say this is what I would say if I answered it this way. I had a conversation with a relative of mine. She was telling me how naive an 18-year-old woman was for every goddamn thing. This guy's doing this. She didn't know what she's doing, but and in the same breath, she told me the guy who was 18 years old who got a 16-year-old pregnant was a predator. So all of a sudden, the 18-year-old boy is this fucking monster, and he's coming after her. But the 18-year-old girl is too naive to understand what the hell she's doing with her body.
Even though mentally they mature faster, right?
You know, and they mature fast. So I'm saying let's stop the crap.
So wait,
wow. I mean, she still has to talk to me for a little while, but
I'm listening to what you say. So you're telling me that young girl was unoblivious that she put her foot up in the air, the outcomes that would come from it. She never got, as the majority of young females get the birds and the bees speech, be it at home or in school. They weren't cognizant of that information, being that they develop faster, brain-wise, as well as understanding A plus B equals C. The question I avoided is like, I heard what Uncle Rick said.
They only say that when it's convenient.
Okay, so
you're right, Kenny.
So here's a funny thing. I'm not gonna let you play Super Saver Ho tonight.
I'm not saving anybody.
So here's what's gonna happen. Rick asked Precious a question. Precious, I wanna really push that question.
Okay.
When you was in your teens, you never had an older man try to hit on you?
Okay, so I lived a life that was very protected. Okay. I was adopted, for those who don't know.
Respect.
So my parents kept us in sports. They kept us, I was in the marching band. There was no idle time for me to just be somewhere randomly for an older man to hit on me. I honestly didn't start to even like feel myself and get my femininity till honestly before college.
Mm-hmm.
So I didn't live a lifestyle of just we not around, we don't know what you're doing, we don't have tabs on you. That wasn't the lifestyle that I lived. There are some women who live a lifestyle like that. Their parents don't know where they're at. They're just free to do
Right,
whatever.
right. Got you.
Whatever.
Got you. Let's
All
keep
of
it right there. Let's keep it right there, though. Is that the majority or minority of women?
I would say that's a minority, but with
So
being
hold
protected,
on. So you're saying that in today's time, the minority of women do have somebody looking after them, protected, have them in sports and events, and don't have idle time to sit and think about no man. You're saying that's the minority?
I would say that's the minority of women. I think the majority of women are not. If we're talking about single family homes and things of that nature, I think the majority of women are not under a covering or a protection.
Right. So the majority of women, even when you was growing up, would you say you were more of an exception to the rule?
Yes.
As far as parenting,
I
as
would
far as
say,
being in sports?
Yes.
right. I was the minority. I would say that was a minority. Are we saying the same thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You said you were saying like the other girls was the minority when you're the actual minority.
No. She said the right way, Rick. She was saying
My apologies.
Right.
My
And
apologies.
so with that protection and covering came wisdom because it was taught to me. It was instilled inside of me. So I knew right from wrong. So when it came to me, I could decipher. I could, discern what it was because I
Right,
grew up.
like when a guy tried to give you something, right, and you was like, nah, no, thank you.
Right. However, there are women who are not growing up like that.
No, what
but
we're
that's the
saying
point
is,
we're trying to make.
Myself.
The majority of women will take the bait, though.
Yeah.
and Precious, just
right, because they don't know. They don't have the
no,
awareness.
Just trying to add. It's not that just they don't know.
They don't. Let me say this, Precious. It's not that they don't know. They don't value what you value.
Let her finish.
Right.
Let her finish, please.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
When I say they don't know, I mean they don't have the full awareness and knowledge that I had. If I didn't have the protection that I had, then I wouldn't have a reason to think further into things. I wouldn't have a reason to seek and read certain things or why this and why that. There are some women that's not going to read, seek, or anything, even without a covering. So when I say they don't have knowledge, they don't have wisdom, they don't have the wisdom to discern. They may do the thing that seems cool, that seems like everybody else is doing it, that seems like the good thing to do, to be with the in crowd. I never desired to be with the in crowd. For one, I didn't even have the liberty or time or freedom to even think about being in the in crowd. And then when I saw what the in crowd was doing, it was whack. It didn't interest me.
But Precious, you understand that we're in violent agreement. But we're not talking about exceptions. We're talking about the majority of people that's out there. And so in the absence, and that's what I said before, in the absence, I'll let you go, Sean, in a second. In the absence of all that training, people are gonna, I guess, come back to what's natural, right? My daughters had more of a life like you. My daughters didn't have no boyfriends when they were teenagers. They were always busy. But I armed them from when they went to college. My goal was to make sure that they would have a choice and have no kids, none of this kind of stuff. That was what I did. But that kept them busy. And I told them all this kind of stuff. But they were exceptions, and they would tell me about all their friends, single parent households, this and that, and all that kind of stuff. So we're in violent agreement. So you're right. But I guess we're kind of taking an exception that these girls were. The whole society is missing something. That's why it's chaos.
Yeah. And what I was going to say, Precious, is you are precious, and we say this all the time. And But what I'm pushing back on is you're saying they didn't know. You just said yourself, when I did get that to the point, you knew, but you chose not to. That's the difference. It's that you did. It wasn't that you didn't know. It's that you chose and you value something different. A lot of them are very impressionable and whatever, but they know what they know right from wrong. You know not to steal something, but when the group is going off to go steal and you want to go hang out with the group, that you're doing something wrong. So let's not just ignore and act like we don't know what's right and wrong when we do. We've been taught that for a long time. In single parent household and double parent households and no parent household, you've been taught right from wrong. And if you made the choice to go wrong, don't sit there and act like a victim when the consequences come from those wrong actions. And that's all that I'm saying. So you chose not to go in that direction, and we commend you. That's why we call and emphasize your name as Precious, because you made choices that we are commending you for. But when you make those choices opposite that, and the concept, so a lot of them don't get caught out there, so they still get over with it. But when they get caught out there and they start, oh, I didn't know. We like, come on, play. No, don't give us that. We know that you know. We know that you know that you know. And when we start acting like they don't, that's why we have so much of a cycle, because we start coddling their naivety when in fact they weren't naive at all. They were manipulative and they were deceptive. And they were very conscious of being that until they got caught. Like, for breaking news, Eric Adams just got indicted. On a side note,
I knew that.
Yeah, my sister is telling me all this. She was in New York.
That's crazy. As a young lady, who bought your clothes? Who bought your clothes for you as a young teenager?
My mom, and she kept me in clothes so big for me. I didn't even know my body shape.
Right. But see, that's the dynamic. I work with a lot of young women, right? And I work with their mothers too. And their mothers sort of perpetuate those lifestyles that these women start to emulate. It comes through moms, it comes through aunts. That's who's going to push this, use what you got to get what you want. Mm-hmm. And they'll use it because they based off what they've been taught. But they're not getting the other side from the man. Like Arpain said, a man is going to have certain restrictions on their child. Well, again, today it's a little different. But for the most part, a man's going to have certain restrictions on his, especially his daughter. He's not going to allow her, and he's going to teach her what type of guy to stay away from. Now, it's going to be her choice at some point. He's going to say, yeah.
You can spread that mayonnaise on bread. The most restricted girls are the ones that break out with the right guy. I'm not saying restricted. With the right guy. I would dare to venture and say,
I'm not saying restricted. I'm saying the father is going to
church girls is a problem. When church girls is a problem, boy.
What y'all say? Any girl can be a problem.
I'm not saying any girl can be a problem, like any guy can be a problem. But I'm not saying restricted. He's going to teach, and when she gets to that place where she's being offered the candy or the lollipop, she's going to make a sound judgment call. So what I hear in this space, most guys that got daughters, our daughters is hard.
But that's the whole thing. This is what the brother was saying, right? That's the whole thing. Sometimes a lollipop is too cheap, right? Sometimes it's the movies, right? Sometimes it's a steak dinner. Sometimes it's a whip. Again, what does it really matter if you can afford it? Arpain to tell you we was on tell her Arpain we was on BMU, and what I asked old girl, I asked how much to hit that thing.
That was a crazy night.
Did she give you a number?
No, she didn't. She got mad, even though all she was talking. But listen to what I'm saying. Hold on. I need y'all to rock with me for a second, right? And this what I'll be talking about as a whole, that people don't want to point out with our people in the society as a whole, right? You will sell yourself as long as the money is enough. They could kill your family dead in the street.
Not I.
You will put a t-shirt on go on Facebook and Twitter face and X and all this stuff and chant until they cut you a settlement check. Right? But then you want to get offended when a man asks you how much it costs to hit your box. Oh, Cassie should have got the bag cause Diddy did whatever to her. Like, we all knew what Diddy was, just like we all knew who R. Kelly was. But as long as that money good enough, everybody closed their eyes on it. Wives should wash their hands. That's what. How much do it cost? How much does your morality cost? As a woman, as a man, how much does it cost? Right? Money is people's gods. I don't care what nobody say. We all gotta eat, baby. I don't care. We all gotta put food on the table. But to put money above your moral standing, and that's what these people do every day.
Woo!
Well, speaking of that, go ahead, Kenny.
I doubt you've ever been around someone that sees you as that object, as that thing he wants to have. You said your mama put you in baggy clothes because she knew what was coming. Mm-hmm. You never, I would dare to venture and say you never met someone around that time that made you his religion and made it a passion to get you. He would tell you what was sweet.
No,
he would entice you.
It wasn't my life. Like I said, I didn't. There was no situations of meeting guys. Like, it wasn't that. It wasn't until I was literally out of the house where I started to have my first experiences and things like that. There was
as much activities you had. You never came in passing what you walked in tunnels to get to where you was going. You never had somebody.
What I'm saying is, it's hitting on me. Like, and I could have honestly been oblivious too. Like, I remember there was this one guy. He always messed with me. Then one day I'm getting a 4-page letter. Like, it was weird. So I didn't take him seriously because it's like, your actions not lining up. Like, I was real cutthroat. Like, you're not going to disrespect me. You're going to call me by my first name. There is no pet names and things of that nature. Like, it was real. I tell you I'm going to teach you how to treat me type of thing. It wasn't you just coming out like, people just knew not to just come at me crazy. I'm also from North Jersey coming to South Jersey where I stuck out and people were already looking at me like, who's this new girl on the block? So I set the precedence early. But were there guys who would hit on me? Yeah. I just kept
okay. You know what's interesting?
I will indulge.
You never had no one that threw the kitchen sink at you and was that intentional about finding out the things that you like, asking people that you were around, making sure that no matter what event that you was at, there was something that reminded you that this one was intentional.
I would be married to.
Well, what's interesting is, I'm glad you said that. I was having a conversation yesterday on a panel, and I was talking about a lot of people use hypergamy, and I said, how about we just call it what it is? They're superficial. And it's not just women who are superficial, men are superficial too. And the superficial, yes, and the superficial that I speak of with men, they're the ones who talking, don't do 50-50. Now, the reason why I say that is because they're trying to use money to control in many cases. But the reason what 50-50 represents to me and what I want to advocate is reciprocity. Her willing to do for you like you're willing to do for her. And that's really the concept of 50-50 that matters to me. It's not about the money, because when you're just calling it money and the superficialness of the money, you might be controlling as a man. You might be superficial, hypergamous, or what you want as a woman. But to kind of eliminate that or identify that, that's why I advocate the 50-50, not about the man, take care, you take care of this. It's because all it's showing is that you're willing to reciprocate what I'm willing to offer.
Right. And I don't think that, I am someone who has a service type of heart, right? So there's never going to be any type amount of money for me to be whisked off my feet. If you're not the one, no amount of money is going to make you the one, to me, in my opinion. However, there are women who are like that. Like, if he come at me with such and such amount, I'm good. I think I saw something on Instagram, how a man was starting a conversation with the woman, and he said, if a man gave you $5,000, and she was like, oh yeah, I'm having sex with him, and only she said she effing him, and he was like, whoa, I didn't even say that. Like, what you doing? Like, I didn't even bring sex into the situation. And right off the rip, for $5,000, she was ready to sleep with this man. Right. And so I think when you truly love someone, you're not looking for anything in return. You just know that your service, there's going to be a return on your service, but you have to wholeheartedly have your heart in that service too. And I think that men should be able to tell that when a woman is not like that.
Well, I mean, it's difficult. It's difficult. It's just as difficult with men, especially men who have accolades, money, and finances. In the same way, it's difficult for women to tell who wants them for, who doesn't want them for just their cookies. It's difficult for a man to tell what woman wants them for who they are and not what they can give them.
No, no. That's, again, you want her for her cookies.
Yeah, man.
Don't lie about the shit, nigga. Excuse my language. You want to hit. That's why you hollering at her. What is wrong with you black men? That's why you hollering it. That's why you giving her your time and attention, is because you want to hit that box. Absolutely. You hope and pray that she has more substance to make you want to stick around as a man.
That's right.
I mean, I don't particularly agree with that, Rick, because I'm not that person.
What's the disagreement?
But can I finish? I was about to address that.
Okay.
But I understand it. What's there to disagree is because I just told you I'm not that way. So I disagree with that. I actually want somebody with substance. Box is easy for me. It's always been easy for me. Getting box.
You didn't want anybody with substance. Come on, man. Are you going to marry a woman? Would you marry a woman and not have sex with her, Sean?
Listen to what I'm saying.
No, I'm asking you a question. Would you marry a woman without the requirement of sex?
Pain.
I'm asking you a question.
I know, but I'm answering it. Will I marry a woman without?
Would you? Yeah.
Without having sex? No, I'm not anticipating that. What I'm saying is that's not the main thing.
This is not the issue here. The fact is, the bottom line is that every man.
That's your bottom line, Pain.
No,
and I keep telling you that.
You the one who said you asked him a question. Allow him the space to respond.
Sean has a tendency.
That's because I don't think like you, Pain. And every time I go against how you think, you want to think that I'm this.
I'm sorry, brother. I apologize. You answered my question. I'll shut up and let you continue.
What I'm sharing with you is that box was never the main. I could get box. I've always been able to get box. Box wasn't something hard.
It's not the main. I understand that. That's not what I'm saying. The primary reason you talk to a woman because you find her sexually attractive.
That's you.
That's
the
you
primary.
Too.
How you gonna tell me who I am, Rick?
Easy.
I'm telling you who I am. I'm telling you who I am.
Okay. Hey, hold up, Sean. You be hollering at ugly women like, you know what? I think you the one. I think your principles are on point.
Well, let me say this. There have been plenty of women that I've been interested in that were not what you would call attractive and wasn't even appealing to me initially.
Mm-hmm.
That became a lot more attractive once I started talking with them because I wanted to find out more about and
with or without liquor.
No. Hey, Sean, you gave us some pity dick. You hit her with some pity dick.
Nah.
You probably slept with them shades on.
Right.
Oh
my God.
Talking about he was hitting her from the back talking about we still cool after this.
See, what's interesting is
I'm digging for substance.
Sean is a real big now. Okay, we established this already.
What's interesting is that what y'all speaking of is exactly why I speak against it. because I understand how common it is.
Now,
I understand why we think that way, but you got to realize part of what makes me the way that I am is because my pops was out there chasing his wee. And so when I grew up, that wasn't something that I tried or was taught to or even was interested in doing. I actually wanted to find somebody, as I said, I am a sucker for love, nigga. I tell you that, but I ain't a sucker.
Can somebody interject on this thing? You know, because I don't disagree with what you're saying, because I was a sucker for love too. I mean, every girl that I had slept with, I actually liked. You know what I'm saying? But the truth of the matter is, every woman that I approached in that way, at some point, I was trying to get laid.
Mhm.
You know, it's not. Wait a minute. It's not nefarious to want to get laid. You know,
well, my point is
that's how we're naturally wired. And
well,
then,
let me say this.
Wait a minute, though, man. Sean, the substance of a woman comes afterwards. After
let me open up a little further.Maybe you can understand my mindset. I already told you one thing.
I heard what you said. You're gonna say the same thing again.
How you know what I'm gonna say, Payne?
Because you're going to say the same thing again. You might add an extra adjective here and there, but the point is, okay, you're not like us. I can dig it. You're not like us.
If you would be quiet and let me say it instead of assuming what I'm gonna say, we might get
let me finish over, man.
All right.
You know, all I'm just trying to say is that, okay, well, no matter how
I heard what you're trying to say. You ain't listening to what I'm trying to say.
There you go. So you're doing a me to me, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, so the fact I'm trying to say is, no matter how noble you are as a man, if you're pursuing a woman, at some point you want her to acquiesce and abdicate her womb to you. That's what you want, and it doesn't make you not noble. It depends on all the actions you do to it. Some guys could wait till they're married. Some guys are going to try to trick them. Some guys are going to try to entice them. Some guys are going to promise them all kinds of shit. But the bottom line, when we approach women, we're going to want to bang you out.
This is why
this is the way it is.
This is what I push back and why I have trouble with men, because we advocate and condone that bullshit.
Okay.
And wonder why we run into bad relationships and why it's so divided.
No, you want to make it bad. You want to make it bad because it's our nature. Sometimes it doesn't pan out.
Dang, I am a man. I know what nature is, and I also know what discipline is. And when you're advocating,
you're adding all kinds of different things that's nothing to do with lack of discipline.
Sean, I don't think he's referring to discipline versus not being disciplined. He's just saying, as a man, when you see a beautiful woman, you're gonna want to talk to her. You're gonna want to get her name. At the end of the day, physically, you find yourself attracted to her.
Now this is what I'm trying to share with you. Literally, the people who I find attractive and I have gotten with usually are some of the most horrible people that I have been with. And that's why it's...
But you got with them, though.
Let me finish. So why do you think I think the way that I think now? Because I've learned from that.
But you slept with them, right?
Yeah, I just said that.
Okay, so that's the point. We don't need to go down all the rabbit holes.
Okay, so y'all don't want to listen to nothing, huh?
No, we are.
Okay. So what I just said is I matured into what I'm speaking to now. Is what I'm speaking from now.
That you have.
We all have. That's what we saying.
And what I'm saying
to be physical, whether it's on day 1 or day 100.
And okay, my young self, yes. My older self, no.
Day 100.
And if I had my older self to tell my young self something, this is why I'm having these conversations, to give some sensibility to these young folks that don't have an older person, to tell them some of the more sensible things instead of your raw nature and following your raw nature, which we all follow, and it ends us to a dead road. That's why we're having so many problematic conversations about relationship, because we follow our nature so regularly and so often. So I get that. My point is, why I'm speaking on it is to help people understand that outside of your nature, there's some value and there's some things that you can embrace that can help navigate you beyond and steer you away from where your nature will take you, which is a pit stop or a hole in the road.
That guy's not gonna take the box.
I agree with
That virtuous man is not gonna take the box if offered because
Speaking
he's
of a
still
virtuous
going down the
man,
road.
I wanted to read about a virtuous woman. We're talking about born to be feminine and things of that nature,
Okay.
right? And so I don't know where this woman got her, philosophy of not wanting to work and, being born feminine. Like Arpain said, being feminine is not synonymous with working. And it even says, so this is a proverb, but the story is behind a mother telling her son, who is a prince, what to look for in a woman, right? And he wants to look for a virtuous woman. This is Proverbs 31. So a good one, this is message version. I like the message version. A good woman is hard to find and worth far more than diamonds. Her husband trusts her without reserve, meaning he trusts her with everything and never has a reason to regret it. Never spiteful, she treats him generously all her life long. She shops around for the best yarns and cottons and enjoys knitting and sewing. She's like a trading ship that sails to faraway places and brings back exotic surprises. She's up before dawn, preparing breakfast for her family and organizing her day. She looks over a field and buys it. Then, with money she puts aside, plants a garden. First thing in the morning, she dresses for work, rolls up her sleeves, eager to get started. She senses the worth of her work, is in no hurry to call it quits for the day. She's skilled in the crafts of home and hearth, diligent in homemaking. She's quick to assist anyone in need, reaches out to help the poor. She doesn't worry about her family when it snows. Their winter clothes are all mended and ready to wear. She makes her own clothing and dresses in colorful linens and silks. Her husband is greatly respected when he deliberates with the city fathers. She designs gowns and sells them, brings the sweaters she knits to the dress shops. Her clothes are well made and elegant. She always faces tomorrow with a smile. When she speaks, she has something worthwhile to say, and she always says it kindly. She keeps an eye on everyone in her household and keeps them all busy and productive. Her child respects her and bless her. Her husband joins in the words of praise. Many women have done wonderful things, but you've outclassed them all. Charm can mislead and beauty soon fades. The woman to be admired and praised is the woman who lives in the fear of God. Give her everything she deserves, adorn her life with praises.
Okay,
Right?
you
So
heard everything you said.
in the book, you supposed to be working.
Yes, Lord. Yes, Lord.
You supposed to be working.
You meaning the woman?
This is a woman. Yes, the woman. So this is a mother telling her son, who is a prince, what to look for in a wife.
I got that point. So now, with all that being said, you read that quite eloquently. The woman doesn't show from the onset that she's ready to show you that she's willing to abide by those tenets. She wants a life of being kept without the sweat equity putting in.
She's useless.
And I okay, I give pain this much rope. Maybe there's some naivete, but a woman leads with what she shows you and how quickly in world record time she popped that balloon. She ain't trying to hear nothing or abide by what Precious just read. She wants to be in Gucci and gold. She wants to be home with leg up in the air for when he wished to plow her. And God forbid he ever try to divorce her. She'll be with Gloria Allred, trying to take him for everything she can get.
Yeah, he wouldn't marry her.
That's how you know people ain't in their Bible when they say they Christians. Keep trying to tell y'all. You was supposed to be that woman. It's a man's job to be able to recognize those things within a woman, right? And to make her a wife and take care of her as such, right?
And you could listen to that man. Not to cut you, Uncle Rick, real quick. He spoke softly. He lowered his voice, gave intention to what he was looking for. He was not offensive. He said, I'm looking for a woman that will be shoulder to shoulder with me in this garden planting, and then we reap we so.
Right? And again, this one
Okay.
I said this so many times, it's ridiculous, right? My shit is circular because it's true, right? Again, a man was supposed to be able to recognize these qualities in a woman. The problem is most men don't know what a wife look like.
That's right.
Right? Most men don't know what a wife look like. They listen to these stories and these fables that they told them thinking money gonna make a woman change when that woman gonna be who she gonna be regardless. Why I gotta tell? I thought women like to cook. I thought my mama told me no woman shouldn't be in no nasty house. Right? So again, when men sit up here and keep trying to blame, they just being who they are. Right? It's your job to be smart enough as a man to understand, hey, you not no woman for real.
Right.
It's just that simple. And the problem is, again, like I said, all these women say they want a leader and they want to find God, ain't never read a Bible in their life. Because it shouldn't take you even meeting a man for you to be a woman.
That's right.
Right.
These are the things that women should be providing. This is the glory that you guys bring to the world. Like, I don't understand that y'all want to be men. It's not y'all. I don't want to understand what it's like to be a woman. I could care less.
Never.
I don't want to understand what it is.
Never.
I could care less. Right? The only thing I had to do I need to know how I can compliment her. Right? How she can compliment me. Right? We don't have to. I never know what it's like to have a period. I could care less.
Exactly.
I could care less. Right? So again, I keep trying to tell you, it's so over with. It's over with. Y'all might as well just pack it up and just, like I said, give me all y'all numbers so we can meet up when the asteroid hits so we can all watch it together. You know what I'm saying? Because it's over with. People egos are too big. We had 2 generations of me, and your kids is bigger than the family and everything the family go through in the situation. These the kids that's grown now, never had to work for nothing, never been through any adversity, don't know what love is because their parents didn't really love them because they was chasing the bag, trying to get them Jordans and Gucci and Louis Vuitton. You know what I'm saying? And go on trips.
Salute to the crack era.
Shout out to y'all, man. It's over with. We listen to what I'm saying, right? We have conversations ad nauseum, right? Precious on here. We've been on Lapeep. Nobody ever talk about loving nobody. Do you love them? Do you love them? It's all about what my wife should be doing and what my husband should be doing and what he should. Do you love them?
That's a good question.
Yeah, very good.
That's a good question.
So good.
We're going to segue into the next video. Do you love them? We're going to see if this woman truly loves us.
Do you love them unconditionally?
Right.
So,
well, but before you go on that, though, Precious, just want to add for this last passage, and I know a lot of guys don't believe me. One of the things I think a lot of men miss out when they want a spouse. They got to stop looking at all kinds of women, looking at women as pork chop. At some point, you got to be prepared to recognize the woman you want. And a lot of men just aren't. And vice versa for women, too. They talk all this shit, but they wouldn't recognize a good guy that's good for them if they see him. Matter of fact, they skip over him more than men would. So when I met my wife, I was absolutely in a zone where I recognized it immediately that this is not the same old shit that I was involved with from the very first date. When I told her, I said, listen, I'm not looking for another girlfriend. And she looked at me back in my eyes and said, I'm not looking for just another boyfriend either. I said, okay, so we're going to have to do something with this. And that's why we got engaged so fast, because I knew her parents. We had all this, but I don't want to get all these kind of, she was working. And just like in the Bible, the woman that's the virtuous woman, the woman that they talk about a bride, they were all doing productive stuff. They weren't just waiting for a man to come along.
Yep, these women talk about Boaz. Ruth was working.
They were doing productive things. So, and she was productive, and she was still living at home. So But the fact is, I'll leave that alone. So, but I told guys is if you're looking for a woman to be serious with, you got to be able to recognize her when you see it, and don't be blinded by the sex and all that. Because by the time I met my wife, guess what wasn't at the top of the list? How good the box was.
Yeah, you said you were clear for
that was not at the top of my list. So
because you said you were clear. I remember you saying that you hadn't had sex for like 6 or 7 months before meeting your Sean Bolden. He is saying what you're saying. We know, we see you over there getting real.
I'm confused. I'm getting real confused.
You're only confused because you're trying to conflate things.
Right.
Listen, I was gonna marry her, but she wasn't gonna get out of this shit without giving me some box. You know what I'm saying? It just wasn't the most important thing. You know what I'm trying to say?
You was on such a roll. You was on such a roll until you went right back to where you started. Because
it's all connected. It's all connected. And you just can't see it because you try to separate these things out. I could be
I just try where you just landed. I just try and start there right now.
You know why it's hard? Our pain. You told us the story of how you used to run them streets and was a slut puppy.
But he also told you when he was clear too. He also said he hadn't had sex months before meeting his wife because he wanted to be clear. Did y'all hear that part?
Right, but that and that
clarity. So he knew he needed to stop doing those things in order to be able to see his wife and know her as his wife.
Allegedly, it sounds poetic.
and that look on his face said a lot. He said it. That look on his face when Penny just said it. That look on his face was guilty.
That's so funny.
Why'd you bring me up, Penny?
Hey, Precious, do you believe men can read other men?
That's so funny.
What would he have to lie for?
Thank you, Precious. I appreciate that.
Wait. Is omission a lie?
Listen, you know what? See, Kenny, it was first of all, I wasn't one of those kind of guys where women just walked up to me and just gave me something. You know what I'm saying? I had to actually cultivate relationships to actually get by. So this is my life, right? So I just stopped doing that, right? And it wasn't like it was 100 years. It was like 6 to 9 months. I mean, I was cool, but I was clear. Something drew me to the place where that woman was, and I swear it's just weird. It's weird. I talked to her when I first met her like I never talked to another woman in my whole entire life.
I believe that. And
that first night we met, we never stopped talking. It's been 37 years.
Pain. I could believe that. I could smoke a bag of that. You understand? Because there's certain women, and I'm still believing that could just take your breath away. And you can speak to them for hours. It feels like just mere minutes. And those conversations, you don't want to stop knowing she got to go home, but you still want her with you. I've been there. You understand? So I get it.
Y'all so sweet.
but
that's part of it. But look at that, Precious love this kind of stuff. Go ahead.
But you forgot you told us you used to be running that streets, putting it down.
But Kenny, in all fairness, he just now put a time limit on that, 6 to 9 months, which ain't that much running down.
Hey, Sean, I peeped that.
But I said that the first time. 6
to 9 months. So what we're saying is it might be an exaggeration of how you was out there slinging it.
Oh my goodness!
No. I'm perfectly honest about my whole sexual life. It's only from 17 to the time that I went on that little thing, like 25. Everything I did was between those ages, but it was different parts of my life. 17 before college, then when I was in college, and then when I was after college. Those were really distinct phases.
All right.
You guys keep forgetting I was a Q, man.
Oh, he was part of the Greek.
Okay. 17 until you got to the Q. Okay. That was your girlfriend.
What the hell are you doing with that?
Y'all birthday coming up in November, right? November 17th. Ain't that the Q's birthday?
Yes, it is.
So we're gonna get into. I only remember that because that's my brother's birthday too. Don't be thinking that.
Goddamn boulets.
Yeah. That's why everybody. Yeah, I don't even want to go there. I'm a divine nine. Whoever came up with that kind of shit. We didn't say it back in my day. We ain't a divine nine.
So we're gonna get into this next video. So living apart together. Apparently, this is a thing where married couples are staying married, but they're living in two different houses. And I came across this video and I wanted to discuss it.
So you're married.
Yes.
And you got the right one.
Okay. Let's take number one.
Okay, so how long you been married?
38 years.
Oh, he got to be the right one if you stayed that long.
No, we live in separate homes. That is the right way to live for 38 years.
Wait a minute, how long y'all lived in separate homes?
10.
And it gets y'all, that works for y'all?
Fabulous.
Where y'all live in different states?
No, we live here in Detroit.
In different homes?
Yes.
Wait, you see her friend look.
So how does it work? I'm fascinated. Come on.
You go to your home and I go to mine. We don't have to argue. We don't have to yap. It's a good deal.
And you trust him?
Of course.
He trusts you?
Of course.
No, how often y'all see each other?
All the time.
But y'all don't sleep in the same place unless you want,
Yeah.
You want to do that.
Yeah. But it's a great deal.
My son is behind that camera. He taking all this in.
When you're married that long, it's wonderful. You don't have to get a divorce. Just get in separate houses.
Y'all heard it. When the right one comes, don't have to live under the same roof.
That's right.
Thank you.
She's crazy. She's banging it out. She's banging it out.
Only in Detroit. Only in Detroit. Oh man, only in Detroit. I would say I've heard that in Detroit. My man who got 6 wives lives in Detroit, and to have a couple of houses in Detroit might not be what a couple of houses in L.A. or New York is.
That's changing very quickly, though.
Yeah, I agree. But the point is, I can understand that theory. There's a lot of elements that they added to that. 38 years. They have an understanding, and they have probably what we preach often.
They got an understanding, all right.
Honest, open, and transparent. So there is no reason not to trust when you're honest, open, and transparent. And if it floats their boat, I'll let it sail.
They're not completely honest.
They're not married. They're not married. They're not married. They don't reside under the same roof. He knows she getting knocked down. He knows she know he knocking the other ones down. Like what? Y'all just love to let people lie to y'all about bullshit. They're not married.
I got a question from both of y'all, and this is a serious question to both Rick and Payne. Y'all both are married for a long time, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Could it be that your mind is set one way?
You mean based on the vow?
Goddamn right, yes.
Based on the vows?
So what the reason why I asked that is because you're projecting like it's impossible not to have a different mindset than you.
No, we didn't say that.
You saying that you made the accusation.
They said they were married though, Sean. They're projecting their situation on real married people, not the other way around.
Wait. They've been married longer than both of y'all. So what are you saying? They were married 38
They've
years.
been together longer than the both of us.
Okay. What did they say? Not what y'all feeling. What did they say?
She said they don't live
what did
together.
She say? I've been married for 38 years. So how you gonna sit there and discount what you said?
Sir. There's people that have been married on paper till death.
That's
that
right.
One lives in one lives in California and the other one moved to New York. I don't care what the paper says. Again, y'all going on not God's law, but man's law, right? They're not. Let me finish. They are married in name only. Don't run the bullshit. Sir, let me finish, sir. I'm not going to interrupt you. You don't interrupt me.
I'm sorry,
right?
Rick, I'm sorry.
Again, believe what you. I keep trying to tell y'all, as people, as men, it's all what the fuck you believe. When you tell me what you believe, I know what to think about you. Right? There's moral people and there's immoral people. Any person that will live apart from their husband and or wife in separate homes and say, we still married, but we get together from time to time are immoral. There's trust has nothing to do with it. You can't say what that person is doing because they are not underneath your roof and vice versa. It is not a marriage, sir.
I mean, now I've heard you. Now, how are you saying what they're doing?
I think I just said it. I think I just said it.
I know, but biblically, you said biblically, under one roof is not. Show me where that's in scripture.
The man
should leave his home and cleave to his wife. Cleaving means you are under the same house. There's no way a man could cleave to his wife if they in two separate houses, Sean.
How can you protect your wife in a different house?
How
can you cover your wife? How can you cover your wife in a different house?
How can you cover your wife when you go to work?
Oh, come on, Sean, man. Stop,
come on.
Man.
Okay. Hey, no. You got it, bro. You got it. You right. You got it.
No, it's not about right, but you sitting there.
No. For me, it is. For me, it is, though. It is about right or wrong. You got it, bro.
Sean, let me do something real quick before you continue. Baby, what? A predator. Somebody broke in the house? Run.
Now, work is the same. A wife going to work is the same as y'all not living together. I got it.
No. I'm just saying that if you're going to go to the extreme point of you have to be there to protect your woman.
No, sir. You went to the extreme point.
I know.
You went to the extreme, not me.
Once again, because you're saying like you can't protect somebody by not being there. That means that implies that you have to be there all the time.
Sir, you are right. You got it.
Okay, you're facetious, and I don't need it.
Yeah, but even though, so Sean, listen, all I'm just trying to say, I have some real experience with that. I have a relative. She was married, and her husband haven't been together for a lot of years. In between that, she found another guy. She actually had kids by this other guy, a son. I love him dearly. He's my cousin. You guess who his last name is? His last name is of her husband, not even his father. His last name is the same name as her husband, because she actually still married. She's older than me, and she's still married to him. And they haven't been together for almost 25, 30 something years. They just never finished the paperwork. So all I'm just trying to say is they could call themselves married, but that's not a marriage. This lady stood up there, and the guy who was with the mic, he didn't answer the question. I would have asked her. I know I would have asked her. So are you banging out other dudes? That's what I would have asked her.
Pastor, the one I think he's starting to do these street interviews. Yeah. And
you're banging out other people. That's what I would have asked her.
He laughed so hard in the beginning. Because he probably was like,
and I bet you she would have started mumbling on that one. You know, I mean, just come on, Sean. There's no. You're on mute.
I had to mute you because it was echoing.
Okay. In fairness, I agree with what y'all saying. And the point of view that you're making. All I'm sharing is that we can't sit there and say that what we think is ideal for everyone. And I agree. I actually agree with you. I wouldn't want to be in a separate house with than my wife as well. I agree with that. I agree that it could not be a marriage if you're not with each other under the same roof. I can agree with that. I just can't argue that if they're saying that they're making it and content with it, immoral it might be. If we're talking morality, I can't dispute it. If we're talking success, is what I'm really, I can't argue whether they're successful the way they're doing it, and that their success and my success should be the same exact picture, is all I'm saying.
I'm gonna play it again, right? Because again, 3 times you should read and watch the 3 times. Because there's a lot of body language. There are things from the onset when he first asked the question about
watch her girlfriends. Watch her
Right.
girlfriend.
I think the one in the middle might even be her daughter. The other one looks like her friend.
Okay.
But in the very first question that he asked her about her husband being the one. If when you love, so Ricky said, we love them.
I agree.
That's a question that you genuinely have to ask yourself. Do you love this person? Meaning, are you willing to sacrifice for them? Period. Right. So listen to her response.
So you're married.
Yes.
And you got the right one.
Okay.
So is she telling her she got the right one, or does she believe that she has the right one?
I agree. I agree. Put it this way: if I was a betting man, it's a safe bet that what Ricky and Payne are saying is true. So I'm not even disputing that. Is it still a bet? Is it an assumption? Yes. Safe assumption, nonetheless.
Look at him.
Look
at him.
Yeah, he laughed at her.
Y'all liars, bro. All they do is lie. Y'all niggas all.
Look at her daughter. Look at her face. She said, "Man, my mom."
Far left with her hand in her hip.
She's banging
She
them out.
put her own head down. She put her own head down, bro.
I agree. I agree.
Right.
And looking at that, I recant my statement, gentlemen.
Okay, so how long you been married?
38 years.
Oh, he got to be the right one if you stayed that long.
No, we live.
Go on, tell that lie, girl. Tell that lie.
No, she didn't tell a lie.
She told the truth. She said no.
She said no.
No, she
got to be the right one if you stayed that long.
The lie coming up.
No, we live in separate homes. That is the right way to live for 38 years.
Wait a minute, wait. How long y'all lived in separate homes?
10.
Which means 10 years ago,
I stand corrected.
something happened to their
I
relationship.
apologize, Rick Payne. I apologize. I stand corrected. Yeah, I heard what y'all heard now, and I see what y'all see, and I can't even dispute it.
I accept your apology.
I'm gonna hold off.
So she says, no, we live in separate homes. That's the right way to live.
Could you rewind it just a little bit? Could you rewind it just a little bit?
For 38 years.
Wait a minute, wait. How long y'all lived in separate homes?
10.
Stop.
And
you want me to rewind it more?
Yep. I want y'all to listen.
Oh,
to
he got to be the right.
Go from right there. That's fine. Watch.
How long you been married?
38 years.
Oh, he got to be the right one if you stayed that long.
No, we live in separate homes. That is the right way to live for 38 years.
Wait a minute, wait. How long
You
y'all
see
lived in
what she
separate
just
homes?
said? Did you hear what she just said?
Like she created this whole way
yes,
to live.
I stand corrected, and what you said is not moral. It ain't even an assumption. I will
And
go
I
on.
quote,
Yes.
I quote, Sean, it's the right way to be married for 38 years. How long y'all
That's the
been
lie.
living separate? 10.
You're right.
All they do is lie, bro.
I agree. That's definitely a lie.
She's a liar. He's hitting what he wants to hit. She's smashing when he wants to smash. She's smashing who she wants to smash, and they see each other from time to time.
And the crazy part is they live in the same town. It's not even like they live across.
You better make sure don't nothing get back to me.
It probably isn't even that, to be honest with you, Rick. It's probably, if it got back, yeah, I know. And what? That's just what we do. They don't have the morality that
when it's time to have a conversation, he go to his house, she go to hers.
Exactly.
Okay, so now I'm gonna give a decade of my life living a falsehood rather than part ways amicably. Unless there's another caveat that we don't see that is not being displayed as for why she's not trying to shed herself of his last name.
There's so many people who are in business marriages. It's not
exactly.
Money.
It's
cheaper to keep her.
Will keep you
cheaper
together.
to keep her.
Okay.
Or cheaper to keep him.
Sean, at the Fringe, it's cheaper to send her in the woods with 2 stakes on each leg.
Oh my God.
I mean, it depends on how much those steaks cost. It might be cheaper to keep her.
And these people have no moral standard, no ground, no spiritual following. These people, all they do is lie. Heathens walking among us, and we are supposed to be like, sorry, Sean. You just don't understand. You just don't understand their way of thinking.
That's a disrespect.
Maybe you just right. It works for them. Evil work for Satan every day of the year.
Damn. Uncle Rick, all that?
What Rihanna?
I mean, he's making valid points. I can't even. Yeah,
Rib shot.
I can't even front. He's making valid points.
Okay, so that would make sense if I took a little while. We weren't seeing eye to eye. I had the real estate, and you went over there just to clear time so we could simmer down, regroup, and find out where we lost our love, and then get back together. A decade?
You're right, and even more to add on to that, she started the conversation like, and this is what I caught on the second time listening to it. He asked her, "Is he the right one?" And she already had apprehension to even acknowledging that. That's the first sign. Then he has to be the right one after 38 years. No was her first response.
Yeah.
So I heard that as well, very loud and clear. So that's why I stood corrected in reference to once I listened to it the second time. And to Rick's point, she was lying. She was very superficial in the spiritual way, and I can't accept it or condone that personally, because it's just I gotta call it like I call it. That's very immoral. Yeah, it was an assumption, but it's a very safe assumption. If I was a detective and she telling me I didn't do it, I would still have to say, nah, I think you did, because the evidence is against you.
Yeah, it says a man would rather live on a roof of a house than live with a quarrelsome woman, and it's not cheap to live apart. So to say y'all gonna live in two separate houses, but y'all married and have two sets of bills, what happened 10 years ago? Why couldn't y'all work it out?
10.
And it gets y'all, that works for y'all?
Fabulous.
Where y'all?
It's just fabulous.
And what caused me?
That's because the pain point, she's getting, what you say, Kenny?
What caught me is watch the nod of what I believe is her daughter. When she said what she said, the daughter nodded in agreement. If you could rewind it real quick.
Separate homes.
10.
And it gets y'all, that works for y'all?
Fabulous.
Where y'all live in different states?
Did y'all catch that?
Yeah, I mean, there's a number of reasons why she could have nodded, because a lot of times we were just talking about how mothers and aunties and things of that nature pass things on to their daughter. And her daughter also looked down too when he asked about trust and trust in him and can you be trusted? And, there were, I think, her daughter's grown, so it's not like she's influencing this young child. However, her daughter is still influential. Who knows if her daughter is married yet? Who knows if she's trying to embark down their journey or not, because of what's going on with her parents, seeing that they live in two separate houses. She has a different view on marriage. And so her mom could be very well saying, this is fine. This, you hear what she's saying. It's fabulous. This is what she's saying. And I'm just assuming, but this girl looks like this could be her daughter. She's saying it's fabulous. We're married. We've been married for 38 years, but this is the right way to be married.
And the spirit, go ahead, coach.
Just even in looking at the video, let's just say the daughter is 26 years old. Let's just give her 26, right? So walking back 10 years, she was 16. The mama and daddy ended up getting two separate places. Now, my wife leave me, her ass is single, and I'm single. Simply that you gonna take and double the resources that we gotta use to live. Your ass is single, I'm single. there's no way that I could even buy into even a conversation like that. That shit would just.
That's what I put that question down there. Men choose this.
So,
Men just choose this.
and listen, it is fabulous when you can call Nug Nug or Tyrone or Benny over at 12:30, clap them cheeks. You go to sleep, quiet. He's gone. He probably gave you $40 on the light bill because that shit's too much. She's
probably don't even wash your ass before she go to bed.
Probably
Stop
did.
right on in the bed.
So, it's just sad that women, and this is an older woman living this life today. Sexually transmitted disease is up. Our pain, I hate to say it, but y'all boomers, man, y'all spreading that shit around like fucking the COVID shot. That shit is wild. So,
the women were supposed to instruct the women. Ain't this what they tell us, Precious? They tell us, men, y'all better stay out these women conversations, stay out of women's spaces. Don't be telling women what to do. So what is she teaching the women? What's she teaching her daughter around her?
And one thing I could say, what I see in that video is a spirit of selfishness dripping out of her pores. And the spirit of selfishness, to me, in my opinion, is what divides a lot of households and relationships. And that's the reason why this whole society has the spirit of selfishness just oozing out of its pores. And it's an unfortunate reality that we're dealing with. But yeah, she just said it. It's just about what I feel and how I feel. In other words, how I feel and what I want, and that's just a selfish mentality. And I don't think selfishness has any space for a good relationship.
So, Sean, is it safe to say that? Let's ask the whole panel. Is it safe to say this was her idea?
Yes. And honestly, I was reading up on this, and they say most of these, when it comes to, it's literally called LAT, living apart together. It says it is helpful to have the best romantic connection. Is driven largely by women because they want their freedom and independence. And so I wanted to know, I asked, put a question down here to ask you guys, like, would men ever choose something like this? Would you marry a woman and after some odd years say, you know what, you go live in your house?
No, absolutely not. See, because let me tell you, Precious, when women say freedom and independence, the only thing I hear is they want to suck somebody else's cock. That's it. That's
what?
The only thing I hear.
When I hear, boy.
I mean, I'm serious. I don't want to. I'm not trying to diminish women, but because there's nothing a woman can't do in a healthy marriage
that she can't do alone. Facts. That's a
fact. Matter of fact, it would be easier because all the overhead will be taken by your spouse. And so anytime I hear a woman say any shit like I need the freedom to do this, all I'm hearing is you want to get plowed down by somebody else. That's
you want to fuck somebody else. That's what I felt trapped. I wanted she wanted to fuck somebody. Hey, you know what the other R-Pain, you know what the other one is? I was missing so many opportunities.
Yeah, but listen, the only reason I'm gonna stand here, the only reason why I know this is true, because my wife has been married to me, and anything she wanted to do that was productive, that wouldn't interfere with, she had absolutely free reign to do everything.
But the truth
education,
business. Let's keep it a buck, R-Pain. Because these the lies, right? Now I'm sorry I cut you off, right?
No, go ahead.
But the truth is, right? If you with a husband and he with you, and he your husband, he make all your dreams come true, baby.
Absolutely.
Within his reason, right? Am I lying, fellas? Within his reason.
You're telling the truth.
He gonna make all that shit pop because just like R-Pain, I take care of the other shit, so you ain't gotta worry about the bullshit.
Absolutely. Rick, can I ask you a question? You married, right?
Yes, sir.
When your wife goes to sleep, does she have? My wife goes to sleep, and when she puts her head on the pillow, she's out in a minute. She has no wrinkles on her forehead because the outside world I take care of. She don't worry about none of that
once my
shit, man.
once my wife lay down, she put on her Judge Judy because she got to have noise in the background, right? We spoon and she out in 2 minutes.
You spoon, Rick?
And you know what? And
I love my baby. Fuck y'all
envious. I
talking
said, I
about.
wish I could go to sleep like that. I said, I wish I could go to sleep
all
like
that
that.
shit.
I keep trying to tell you,
Don't be spoon shaming.
I wouldn't trade my old lady for nothing. I wouldn't trade my old
and let me
lady
say
for
this.
nothing.
I haven't been married, but I will say that a lot of my people I've been in relationships with, when we have broken up, they complained about they couldn't sleep, and for some reason, when I'm there, prior or after they sleep. Like I'm like, where's all this lack of sleep? Where's all this stuff that you was telling me about? Dead sleep. And I'm
Too much
starting.
worry. It's some shit.
Go to sleep when you protected. Like that's
It's some shit your girl shouldn't have to worry about, dog.
Thank you.
It's some shit she shouldn't have to worry about. I understand when ladies say, "Oh, you were," yeah, but are you the woman? Are you the woman that a man would want to take that off your shoulders for? That's what women don't understand. Every woman think you said it yourself, Precious. He who finds a wife finds a good thing.
And obtains favor from God.
Right? This is what they don't understand. How y'all expect to be wise when y'all don't want to do the work that wives do? That's what she said. I don't. Ooh. Right. You're going to be out here lifting them logs by yourself, bitch.
Yeah.
It's what it is.
And Rick, I will say this, but yet you will put in the work to get your degree. You will put in the work to get that job. You will put in the work to get whatever it is that you want or make you feel good, but you won't put in that work in your relationship. And that fails us miserably.
It's all in what you believe, gentlemen and ladies. You simply don't believe that a man will do these things for you. So again, where does that come from? You can say you blame your daddy, right? You can say you blame your daddy. Okay, I'll give you that one, right? But let's be honest. Let's be real. Let's be real. The type of guys you like don't do that shit.
That's right.
The type of guys you like don't do that. They got that swagger. They got the chains or whatever. You know what I'm saying? They cool. They smoke. It's different levels of swagger. You know what I'm saying? It's big money swagger. It's ghetto nigga squatter. And so many different ranges in between. Right? You don't find a husband because you're not a wife. It's just that simple. A man will change. A man will break his pockets for the woman he wants. Man, I got to figure out how my wife want to get this floor done, goddamn it, man. I got to work these hours, shuffle this shit, man. You know what? That radio I wanted, that shit gonna have to hold off. My car, I want to put a new stereo in there, right? But it's good. It'll survive till next summer. Your man don't do that for you? Your man don't do that for you? You ain't worth it, bitch.
Oh.
Plain and simple.
Yeah.
I ain't mad at you, Rick. I am not mad.
Let me just say this on the tip. Let me just say the tip of this too on the end. The one thing that I think that puts the coup de grace on is that most men who are cleaved to the woman that's theirs, we don't only take care of you while we're alive. We make sure that you're taken care of when we're dead. Because we anticipate that we're gonna go first. You know, and then whatever you do after that, we want to make sure that at least you ain't out there, because whatever rely you put on us, we want to make sure we can cover it when we're not there. Women don't think about men like that. They don't. You know, so I sit back here and hear all this shit over these YouTube streets with women talking all this bullshit. When a man is married to a woman, they say women get the worst out of the deal. That's the biggest lie in the world. It's the biggest lie in the world.
Repeat that. Women get what?
They say the men live longer and all this stuff when they're married because they're training us. That's bullshit. You know why we live longer? Because purpose makes us live longer.
Men don't live longer than women. So what you talking about?
I'm talking about in marriage. They said most men.
That's what they say, Kenny. That's what they say, Kenny P. That's what they say.
That's what they say. So the fact, all I'm just trying to say is the reason why we do stick around is because we want to make sure, like if you have kids, I want to see how that book plays out as long as I possibly can. I want to turn the page to all those chapters and shit and all that kind of stuff. But the purpose keeps you, it drives you. I think men need purpose, right? You know, for
And
whatever
purpose
reason.
is not your job.
Right.
It's not where you work.
That's right.
I don't get. Like I said, I don't understand. Like Sean said, maybe he just think different. Maybe y'all just think different. You know what I'm saying? Do women understand that if a man loves you, he's willing to give his life for you?
Say it again, because I don't think they hear it. I don't
He
think
is
they
willing
hear
to
it.
give his life for you.
Yeah, and the problem is they don't
Hold
want to
on.
believe.
I got you, son. My bad. Right. You know what that means? That means if it came down to an ultimatum, and they said either your wife's life or your life, that man would say, "Take me."
That's right.
Don't do what Bob Marley did.
Do y'all know what that means? And y'all think that don't cost nothing? You think you're supposed to get that just because you? If that's the case, who are you then? As a woman, who are you? What's your responsibility in this thing? But most of y'all are empty passengers.
Correct.
Just on a ride to get a ride.
They ain't trying to hear that. There's a
My
lot of
bad,
women.
No. You said what I was. I'm sorry to interrupt you because you just said it. What was on my mind? So I appreciate it. And the funny thing is, we have 5 men here who understand that, and 1 lady who actually understands it as well. And it's unfortunate that we're speaking to each other as opposed to speaking to a lot of the people who need to hear it.
You got the chat. You got you know, this thing.
You are supposed to be speaking to the people who need to hear it. That's who we speaking to.
No, I mean, I'm sorry, but what I'm saying is that a lot of the people who will tune in is kind of like our choir, and they understand it. It's a lot of the people who we look at and see, and I know all of us. And tell me, everybody, every man here and woman, does it almost trigger you when you see the ignorance and the mindset that Rick was just speaking of?
Sean, you being rhetorical, you pop into IGs where I'm fighting the bee's nest of women that because I extol those virtues and I say enough is enough. They say I'm a homosexual. Who hurt you? You're still pushing your trauma on people. You're too heavy-handed with your words because y'all is ignorance. And y'all adhere to women code. And when a man says my social contract is to make sure if I don't know you, I don't have conditional ways of looking at it, because if I saw Precious and she was not my woman and I saw her in harm's way, the social contract says I have to put my life in the way of harm so that she can be protected. Oh, you must be a homosexual. Who hurt you? Oh, we don't want to hear that. I only listen to my man.
The social contract.
I don't listen to the other men that's trying to extol virtues and show you how things need to be reset.
The social contract has been broken, bro. And that's why I keep telling y'all it's over with. Gentlemen, you are the last. Precious, you are the last of a dying breed.
Agreed.
Believe me when I tell y'all that, gentlemen. You are the last of a dying breed. Pretty soon, it's going to be women at the sports bars smoke. I mean, they already do it. Smoking cigars and watching the NFL Sunday Ticket.
They already do.
You're right. They already doing it.
Sipping on the best cognac, whiskeys, and brandy.
Dancing with each other. Talking about, bitch. I was literally, when I saw King Smith, we was at a hookah bar. And they actually had a woman's birthday. She was celebrating her birthday. All her girlfriends. And they bringing out bottles, dancing with each other with the sign, happy birthday, bitch, or birthday, bitch, birthday. So, and I'm sitting there like, wow, this is where we have come to.
Women are in the strip clubs just as much or more as men.
Yeah. Wow. It's just crazy.
And the next woman that ever called me bro.
I'm telling y'all. It's over with. I feel sorry. I feel sorry for you younger folks who will never experience love in y'all lifetime. Because your parents didn't love you. They was too busy working to get you the shit you want that they didn't have when they were little.
Ooh, say it again.
Your parents didn't love you because they were too busy working trying to get you the shit they didn't get when they were little. School's so important. The image of a child is very important. The teasing is what made you tough. Teasing is what a bully is who taught you who you really was as a young man or a young woman. Adversity builds people. Softness destroys them.
It's very true.
Yep, I learned that very young. Very young. I mean, even going into a family, I had to learn them. Like when you don't have nothing that you're facing in life and you think everything is going to come easy to you and the real world hits you,
it's going to eat you alive.
It will. It's so crazy. Very true.
Because what they don't understand, right, that again, the social contracts being broken, right? All these social, what I want to say, agendas, right? The world don't care. For real.
Nope.
Right? The things that happen in life, it don't give a damn if I'm a he, she, or I sign my emails, they, them, him. They don't care about that shit. Y'all gonna find, I keep trying to, y'all keep asking for what y'all asking for. Y'all gonna get it. Y'all gonna get it. And I tell you, when it happened, don't come knocking at my door. I got nothing for you. Nothing.
You can go to Sean's house.
Yeah. I said I'm a sucker for love, nigga, but I ain't a sucker.
I'm trying to tell you, it said it in the Bible, man. The meek shall inherit the earth. Don't y'all see it? This our pain. Don't I say this damn near every week? The Bible is happening right in front of everybody's eyes, and y'all act like y'all oblivious to it.
Everybody's face. It's so crazy, man. It's true. It is.
If you haven't started reading it, read it. They actually have the Bible with all the the black studded actors and actresses that are reading the Bible. You have to pay for it.
Of course.
I use my credit card. But if you have what is it? It's through Amazon.
Audible.
I don't know. I get a whole bunch of credits on Audible, so a lot of my books that come through my credits. So I got that on credit. I mean, I read my Bible anyway, just to hear it in there, just to experience it a different way, just through their voices or whatever.
It helps it stick better too when you have somebody read it to you.
Yeah, I think that everyone, and at my church right now, we're doing a series. But when we did the radio show, I forget what that was called at this point. I forget. It was around for a hot minute, and I would do it on Sundays, and I would do Precious Proverbs in my AM show. But Proverbs is a perfect place to start because it's literally a book about wisdom on how you should be living. If you need to learn to, or if you need to start anywhere in the Bible, I would suggest Proverbs because it's all about how you should be living. You want to learn about love? Go over to Ephesians. But Psalms are parables on things, but you can insert your life into those parables. But we can get into that another time. But yeah, I think that everybody should study to show themselves approved, because when it's your turn to go, God's not going to ask you about me. We're not going to have these kind of talks in heaven. It's going to be, what did you do? What did you do with what I gave you? That's what God's going to ask you. Why did you do this? I gave it to you. Why didn't you put it to me? And so if you need to learn how to put those things into use, or how to live your life to find your purpose, to actually be clear on your purpose, I think, like I said, Proverbs is a great place to start. And one by one there, I mean, in the Bible, it says write things and post them so you can see them on the go. You know, that's very vital in our lives. We'll post when we have a doctor's appointment on a refrigerator or whatever. Well, now we have our phones, but back in the day, we used to, you know, just post it on the refrigerator or on a calendar. You know, it's the same thing with wisdom. You should be able to see it on the on your way out the door or going to work or whatever, because those things you need to meditate on day and night. Because if anything is going to be attacked, it's going to be your mind. What do you believe in? So we'll move on to the next video.
Oh, that's good.
This video is actually about this guy, Andrew Schultz, and he got on a podcast and they were talking about the Black woman effect. And so they're talking about the Black woman effect, and these guys that are on a podcast, I forget what, I think they're from the UK or something.
It's and Diggles or some shit like that.
Yeah, and they're talking about, you know, the Black woman effect and how physically it can change you, or, you know, you can get this persona from the Black woman effect. But when Andrew Schultz started to talk about the Black woman effect, he went into attitude and mannerisms of the Black woman. And then the video that is behind that one is speaking about how Black women aren't protected publicly by Black men. And so that's what gives the reason for other people to disrespect them as well. So I just wanted to get you guys' perspective on it.
Cool. She's cool, man. She's cool. She stole your gin. How you feel about that?
I'm here for it, bro.
I'm here for the multicultural. Really?
Yeah, Black girlfriend effect.
Yeah.
You're
into that.
Yeah. She came in.
What's the Black girlfriend effect? They just come in and start fighting?
Nah, bro. You guys don't know about the Black girlfriend effect. She just...
Wait, what is the Black girlfriend effect?
Oh, you don't know about this?
Glow up the other culture.
Yeah, so you'll see a guy who's had a Black girlfriend, all of a sudden he's got buzz cut, like clean shape up.
Glows up, bro.
I like that.
I like that. They shave their hair because they start losing it. Because they're so stressed being around this Black girl complaining about shit all the fucking time. That's why they gotta shave their hair.
Nah, bro. White guys with Black girlfriends, they
grow a beard because there's more cushion when they get slapped the fuck out of. That's hilarious. I think the Black girlfriend effect. It might be a protective instinct, bro.
You think?
Protective. Yeah. Do you guys have you ever had Black girlfriends?
Yeah.
Why you stop it there? Oh, we stuck.
Precious took a bathroom break.
Yeah. Yeah, I saw some of this, but we could wait for Precious to come back.
I'm sorry. I was here talking the whole time, not on camera and on you. I'm sorry, guys. I was saying that I thought I had the other part of the video saved with that one, but it looks like it didn't save, so I'll find it. But in the meantime, what do you guys think about Andrew Schultz and how he perceives the Black woman effect and how the guys, Black men, sat there and laughed at what he said?
Well, the first thing is, I saw those guys. I mean, I'll be real quick. I saw those guys apologize. I'm so tired of Black men apologizing for shit that we know is true. You know, I'm just, you know, I was so disappointed in two. I never watched them before, but you know, Black men need to stop apologizing for shit that, you know, it doesn't have to be universally true to be true enough. Right. So, you know, just because the white guy says some shit that we all kind of say, this guy, that's his stick. Right. It's just crazy how Black men just genuflect every time Black women scream and cry, but they spend most of their time on social media treating us like absolute shit with absolute disdain. And it's not hatred, but it's contempt. And we sit down here and just bend and break. And when I saw those two assholes, I never watched them before, apologize, I was so disappointed. I don't know what to say. I wish they would have just stood up and said, you know what? Yeah, you know what? I don't give a shit. It was a white man saying that shit. Most men, a lot of black men are just goddamn at their wit's end with the sisters who can't stand. They want to take everything from us, and a lot of men give so much and get so little in return. So that's just my thought on that. You know, without seeing the rest of it, just because it's a white man doesn't mean it's not true.
I'll say this: we've come a long damn way where people are comfortable speaking like that in front of the men. When I was younger, that conversation would have never been had around black men and women that I knew from people of other races.
Yeah, that's true.
And it's just unfortunate that now, you know, salute to my crack era adults, man. I always say, you know, it's just the time, man. Just the time they were born, the shit that they experienced. Now everybody's grown, fighting and complaining, and it doesn't matter who they do it to or who they do it with. But it just amazes me how other races can see our foolery and to see our degeneracy and speak on it in a sense to where they can make, it's okay to make, you know, they can make fun of it, but I don't know, you know, I don't know how many of y'all have.
So Trey, I mean, Ferg, are you saying if it's true just because they're white they shouldn't mention it?
No, not that. It's just that nobody, none of us are, none of the, and again,
and vice versa.
To the you know, the people who are in this time, I'm talking to the ones that are in the space today who should be trying to figure each other out so they can get together. But everybody's fighting on both sides. Nobody, and this is going to go on, shit, probably for the rest of my life, where nobody's going to protect anybody. So everything that's going to happen to us, it's going to happen swift. And a lot of us are going to be lost in that shit. I don't care if you're on the good side or the bad side. A lot of people are going to be lost because everyone is fighting and there's no resolve. I just don't understand it. You know, maybe it's just something I don't understand, but.
Can I add one thing, though? You did mention this, Precious. I don't think there's a race of men who lost their lives protecting black women more than black men. That's another bullshit lie. Black men give up their lives for black women all the time. All the time. And I just, you know, it's just one of the biggest lies. How many times a sister would get her brother killed because she's into some bullshit?
Like
you know,
what happened,
or a husband, or a brother, or a son. It's just bullshit, man. I mean, black men give up their lives for black women all the time.
All they do is lie. I keep trying to tell y'all. Didn't we have a story that was being covered on YouTube a couple of years ago about the ex-football player who old girl brought her brother to the house?
Yeah, that's right. Almost destroyed his whole life.
Wait, how about Chicago when the man hit old boy's mother and he came out, the boy came out with the gun and shot the man dead in the store?
Right.
Yeah.
Say something about a black man's mom.
Yeah, so I mean, it's just, you know, the part of the contempt is so deep that all the things that black men actually do just get completely ignored, man. I mean, you know, black men have given up their whole soul for black women just so we can curry some kind of favor and just be equated to just being men. But you sit on the YouTube streets and TikTok and you listen to the majority of women talk about us, they fucking hate our guts. The contempt is so thick. It's crazy. It's crazy. And we still apologize all the time. All the time. We could name the women on YouTube that have anything good to say to black men on one hand, maybe two. You know, Kendra G not Kendra G, but what that other chick who wanted to delete black babies? It took a white woman to get her off of YouTube. You know, so I'm just tired of us apologizing for shit, man. I go back and forth with my sister on this all the time, but it's just crazy. You know, it's crazy. So I don't have a problem with what the white man said on that show, really. I'm really more mad at the dudes for apologizing like bitches.
Okay, so you got a brand and you're willing to lose it because of your pride?
Has nothing to do with pride.
Okay, so
What
they had a
has to do with
brand. They had a brand at risk at them getting canceled.
About what? They were cowards because they wouldn't have got.
Okay,
You know
that's
what? The
good.
next news cycle, everybody would
Okay,
have got.
all right, that's nice. That's nice, Payne. So I'm gonna just put the facts on the table. Andrew Schultz is a habitual offender disrespecting black women, and there's always truth in jest. When he was disrespecting Angela Rye in her face, you need to revisit that and then recant your conversation with Charlemagne. Eventually had to check him as for how he spoke to her. You understand? He get too free with his mouth at the point where he got threatened by other black. Like, yo, you need to really watch your mouth because you get too far with your statements. And not everything that you could joke on, because being a jester, there's times that you're gonna get checked if you go cross that line. You understand? So
I get it. I do understand.
If I can goad you, if I can goad you into playing the game with me, they should have been dumb enough. They should have been wise enough to see where it was going and been able to maneuver within that room, rather than having to go back and give disingenuous apologies so that they can save their brand. And at the end of the day, you want to save that business that can give you a lifetime of financial freedom, because if you hold them to the same standards, apologies are given by blacks every day so that they can keep their dollar.
It will never break the will by keep doing that.
Okay, but watch this. I never seen you with a black glove up in the air. I never seen you with a black beret. And that's not to discredit anything that you did, Payne, but it's easier said from the sideline.
The guys who put the black beret and black glove, they're willing to give it all. Like those brothers down in Mexico. So what I'm trying to say is these two guys did.
All of them. So I hold you to the same standard if you're willing to say that, because I don't see you giving any part of that conversation.
Well, you know what? What I just said in this YouTube here in front of this limited crowd, is we got black men who are afraid to even say what I just said. I don't think they should apologize for anything to these black women. I don't think they should have. And Angela Rye is no virtue of anything, man. She's another shill. She's another shill for the Democratic Party as everybody else.
Before you
let me stop it.
She's just
that. So I don't care.
Get on your soapbox.
I'm not. Well, you just said I ain't willing to say anything. I'm just saying. I mean, everybody kissing her feet. Why?
Because
what has she done other than sell us out to the same guys who hold us under the suppression?
What you mean? Oh, now you're
okay. So listen, if you wanted the same guys that the Democrats and those people who she shills for have your best interest in mind, go back to the 70s and the 60s and the 50s where I was born. We're in the same position and worse because we keep voting for those same assholes. That she champions. So I don't have no affinity for her just because she got a pretty face or something.
Okay, so now you're going off the ranch into the woods.
But you mentioned her name.
Okay, so
I don't care about her.
Okay,
or any of them. So shit, she's on the Breakfast Club. She gets what she deserves. I saw how Jill Stein undressed her ass.
So allow me to give you context.
I'm sorry, brother. Go ahead.
It wasn't on the Breakfast Club. It was the earlier views of the Andrew Schultz Charlemagne show when they were in studio and Andrew were making so-called advances on Angela and speaking very recklessly out his mouth about her. As for you going off the range with the Democrats, Republicans, both of them are thieves. You just got to pick which party. Okay,
that's right.
So when you speak that way, you just got to pick which party suits you, rather than try to denigrate me and put me on the blue side when you're on the red side, because it don't matter at the end of the day. I'm gonna still call you Payne. I'm gonna still give you respect. But let's stay on topic. Andrew Schultz is not no angel. Andrew Schultz is
what? Because he makes jokes about black women.
much pushback regarding things that he did, trying to be outside that line of being that shock jock that Howard Stern was. When Howard Stern was calling nappy head hoes and all kind of stuff like that.
I know. I caught that live, by the way.
Yeah,
I
so
heard
he
it
was
said in
still
real
trying to
time.
do the same stuff. And those little British boys that came over from across the drink didn't realize what arena they were in until it was too late. And the handler said, "You're about to lose everything. What I need you to do is run a little 2 tears out your eyes and then give a heartfelt red apology and save your brand."
Yeah, Kenny, but you just said they saved their brand. If everybody was authentic, there was no apology that could have saved their brand, right? If I was a black woman who was so offended to selective outrage, I wouldn't accept their apology. What difference does it make? What was said was said.
Okay,
the guys were just cowards. Cowards. You know what? They're, most of their audience is white. Those two dudes you're talking about, their audience is white.
Pain. We're in a time where people get canceled for less.
But they're cowards.
Okay, we're in a time. Okay, you would call me a coward. I'm gonna give you.
I didn't
I'm gonna give you a
call you a
scenario.
coward. I talked about
You're not
those two
listening.
guys.
You're just responding. I didn't finish. You would call me a coward if I work for a company, which I do, a big communication company, and they give me a code of ethics, which is about 45 minutes. They tell me I have to respect those that choose to live an illusion that I do not live and use my pronouns properly. And if I have an issue with it, that means I have to have a talking to. Any steps further, I get reprimanded. If it goes too far, I no longer work because I am not part of the DEI. I
wouldn't call you a coward.
Yeah, so
you're trying to feed your family.
So watch this.
No, you have a job.
Okay,
you have a job. This is something they built.
That's not their job?
No. It's something they built. Because they are. Wait a minute. No, you equated this to your job. I wouldn't tell you to go do something stupid to lose your job.
Okay.
I'm saying these two guys would not lose everything because they offended a couple of goddamn black women.
You really
they might have had a little dip. They would have had a little dip, and they would have been right back. You know why? Because the next news cycle, nobody would be talking about this shit.
Pain.
I mean, they were cowards, man. They were cowards.
Pain. Do you really believe that?
Yes, I do. And when more men stand up and tell everybody who's trying to counsel you, kiss my ass. If I was married and I was a celebrity and I cheated on my wife, no, wait a minute. You opened a can of worms. More men need to stand up and say, you know what? I just needed a piece of ass. So what? I made a mistake. So what? I mean, you do whatever you want. I'ma still live. You're not gonna lose your whole world because these assholes want to, take everything away from you. Everybody keeps saying that, but it's not true. You know why? Because nobody challenges it. And when they start, Janet Jackson, wait a minute, she challenged people trying to cancel Janet Jackson for saying the truth. For saying that Kamala is not a black woman, she's an Indian, and she's trying to be canceled. Guess what? People are choosing sides.
Janet needs to keep her mouth shut. She hustled one of them Arabs for $500 million. She needs to keep her mouth shut and go bury Tito.
I mean, come on, man.
She needs to keep her mouth shut and go bury
let's keep it a buck. She's sitting down. We're taking a woman who said she fired the guy who tried to apologize for her. She fired the guy trying to apologize for. You know why? Because she said, "I'm Janet." I mean, come on, man. You guys.
Well, can I say this? Can I say this? Before I say anything, Rick, I saw your comment. Do you want to speak on anything before you? All right.
Thank you, Rick. Appreciate you coming.
I'm sorry. Oh, you going, man? You gotta save me from these guys, man. I'm sorry. Put me straight, man. Put me straight, man.
I'm not a full-time YouTuber. I don't make $100,000 a year. I gotta work in the morning. Y'all be easy. Thanks so much for the hospitality, Precious. Y'all have a great night.
All right, you too, bro.
I'm not. You know what, Kenny? It's all your fault. I was cool until you started talking to me like that. So I was calm and all this. You came over here just to provoke.
Kenny, in your absence, Kenny, I must have replaced you because I triggered him the same way a few weeks ago. I feel like it was me.
Oh, it's
And the
all
wine
love,
he was
buddy. It's
drinking,
all love, you know.
and the
But I
Boonesborough
never
that he had.
All right, so I did find the other video to play here.
Learned it from black women is people feel so comfortable disrespecting them because we don't respect them publicly. Right? White people for so long have used the excuse, why can't I say the N-word when you say that to yourselves or call yourself that or use that in your music, which is bullshit. Right? Or white people have said, if you're using the B word, or they say, if you're using the B word, why can't I call them that? That's bullshit as well, right? That's excuses to be certain things and be disrespectful when you shouldn't be. So when you're sitting across from Andrew Schultz and he's talking about an experience that he can't understand because his wife is not black, you don't have the right to talk about that. You don't have the right to speak on something that you don't know, right? And to make a joke about what the experience is one thing if you're talking about haircuts and you're talking about clothing and you're talking about beards, or you're comparing what our friend Travis Kelce looked like when he was with Kayla Nicole to what he looks like now that he's with Taylor Swift, right? That is part of it. You start to assimilate to the people around you. What you're not going to do, though, is be disrespectful and say you have to develop a defense mechanism because of alleged violence. Black women aren't violent. Black women don't just walk around to beat people or to be angry or to be treated a certain way. No, black women to me were the entire front line of the Alton Sterling protests when he died, when he was killed by cops in Louisiana. Black women are on the front lines of everything that's about us. Black women understood that they had to take a back seat because as we were fighting for rights in our country, that we as men were going to be able to get through the door before they were. So they decided to push us forward and give us ideas and give us help and give us support and be our biggest cheerleaders because they knew we'll have an opportunity to get in the door first. The problem is so many times now we're getting in those doors and we aren't reaching back and bringing them through that same door with us. And this is just another example of that. So whoever is Andrew Schultz's black friend, Charlemagne, you're his black friend, sit him down, talk to him, tell him what the black woman experience truly is, because he ain't married to one and he's obviously never been around enough of them to know how strong, how beautiful, how independent they could be while also being supportive, how much black women have done to create this entire world that we all live in and the way that they've poured in it.
You need to start a YouTube channel so you can make some money, my man. That's better than anything Derek Jackson ever said. Congratulations.
Oh, I will say this. It was a lot of things that were conflated there. He had. Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Okay. There's a lot of stuff that was conflated in those statements. And contradictive in the conflation. One, yes, we do need to demand respect, but we need to understand what that means. Because yes, calling people the N-word and be that's disrespectful. And if we don't see it as such, when term of endearment and so on and so forth, we are advocating people to use it loosely. Two, women do a lot of things. I agree, but women are not, when they're on those front lines, they ain't gonna kill a woman as quick as they're gonna kill a man, because they know the backlash that they'll get from killing a black woman before as opposed to the backlash that we have seen happen when they killed the black man. So while I understand it, I feel like there's he's conflating a lot of different things and making some valuable points. I agree, black women are very valuable, beautiful, strong, in what they are presenting to our world. Absolutely. But we have to, but bitch, calling each other bitches is not one of them. And we need to check that. The one thing that they do have that we don't have as black men is unity. That's why, to your point earlier, Pain, they can shut somebody's job down and we can't, because they're sticking together. Regardless, there'll be a black woman with one another before there'll be a wife. Before there'll be a supportive wife, there'll be a black woman with each other. So, Ferg, I see you going, and I see Kenny. So I'm just gonna leave it landed there.
Well, let me real since you quit. Listen, there'll be a black woman to the detriment of everybody. They'll scream at the white man for saying what he said, but they'll champion single baby motherhood. They'll scream at all this shit because somebody says something they don't like, and in the next video tell them how much they hate black men. They'll scream at all this shit. I tell you what, and exclude their sons and exclude their husbands. Just like that chick talking about we want to live apart. Listen, you can't have selective outrage. If you want to be for, listen, black women, they really don't talk about community the way black men do. So some do and some don't. But the people who have the loudest voices, it's like we don't. You're on YouTube, you're on TikTok. I mean, we say it's just social media, but the negativity has thousands, millions of views, millions. So it's permeated throughout I'd rather have a baby than have a husband. Being a husband means that I'm constricted from doing anything, no matter what. I don't want the good guy because he just doesn't make me feel right because he's too good. Just being good ain't enough. I mean, listen, and my man put a nice little case out there because if I wanted to start a YouTube channel and get 1 million views, I'm a pander to black women. And that's what it sounds like to me. I tell you what, man, we are on the short end of the stick all the time as black men. The guy, what he said, you didn't like the joke. So what? So what? Those two guys who act with that, I think they made it worse. Because nobody disparages black women more than black women, with Sexy Red being our and all the debauchery around a world being what the black woman looks like. Free sex, free
what are you
this.
talking
Wait a minute,
about?
let me just finish. I'm gonna just wait a minute. It's all connected. You can't just have all this virtue because a white man said something about you, but allow all the worst goddamn things to exist. You can't have it that both ways. Just like the whole black community. When a white cop kills a black person, oh shit, we're up in arms. But when we're killing people by thousands every goddamn week, not week, but every year. Now here's another thing.
We're not the biggest killers.
We talk about BLM being on the front. A few lesbians who stole all the goddamn money and they're gone having their sex parties and shit like that.
I like how you cherry pick things to make your point.
It's not a cherry. I said 100 things. How is it cherry picking?
Exactly. You said 100 different.
It's not cherry picking.
You
It's a
said
goddamn
100.
goddamn
Okay, you said 100 different things.
Hey, you're getting triggered. The politics is triggering you again.
Good question.
Listen,
just
I'm
said it.
gonna shut up.
Hey,
Go ahead.
you said
guys
you
go ahead and just
you
say
said
how
100 different things.
great it's been since, listen, I love black women. I have 3 black women in my life. But, just like I'm supposed to be a terrible guy because I'm a baby boomer. So I know all that shit's not all true. But all I'm saying, we can't deny all the bad effery that's going on just because a white man made a bad joke. Stop.
Okay, he's an habitual
Stop.
offender. And
Go ahead.
furthermore, he's a habitual offender. I can point you
He's
to
a
where.
comedian.
Okay, so he's a habitual offender. And you threw out 100 different things. That's why the word cherry pick suited exactly what I was saying, because you was bouncing all around.
No, they were all connected, brother. All connected.
Okay, in your mind, they were all connected. Okay, so
it's all connected. There's no separation.
Okay.
So Sean, they proving your point.
Where you going? You trying to get it all out in one serving. But as for the point as black women disparaging black women, that is not evident. That's why you do have a Sexy Red. That's why you do have a Glorilla. That's why you have grown ass women, 30, 40, 50 skill. What? Are they really disparaging them? And then when you're the man that goes in these rooms, and Sean can attest, when I voice my vitriol and disgust, what happens, Sean? You hear all noise, bing bang, boom bang, boom bang, coming at me. But watch this.
Are you agreeing with me or arguing with me? I don't understand.
No. I'm not agreeing with you.
Sounds like it.
No. Some of your points were solid, but then you go on tangents and you cherry pick things, and then you jump to your red side as pro-Republican. Then you go back to the topic, and then you say black women are disparaging black women, which is
all the time.
Not the case.
They don't disparage black women doing effery. They don't.
Okay,
they
so
protect them.
They don't, but you said they did. They disparaged them, but you.
No, I didn't say that. You misunderstood. I'm saying
they disparage the white man. I was listening to you.
But they allow all the effery to go on.
So, Payne. So here's the thing. Maybe that's what you meant.
If you're gonna quote me properly.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
No. Maybe that's what you meant, but that's not what you said. I'll give you that much because I was listening. So now,
well, not good enough.
What the hell?
All right. So here's what we have. Black women, there's a girl code, and the majority of women do not correct women, even the cancerous ones within their own clan that's right next to them. They will not tell them for fear that they get the kickback from those females, and other ones they mind their business until it's at their front door.
They cowards too.
Yeah, but lo and behold, a man tries to redirect and ask for them not to be complicit. That man is now ostracized. Now he's told that he's sassy, he's zesty. He's one of the alphabet community because he wishes to restore order. You can't tell me nothing. You not my man. I ain't got to be condition. I ain't got to submit to you.
Okay.
So it's conditional submission to whom you want to have it for. Because if I was 6 foot and I look like Shamar Moore or one of them dudes, my word
I look like me.
A lot clearer. Yeah, you understand?
Okay.
Because
I think it sounds like you sound like me a little bit, man. You just trying to be off.
What? No.
Well, he said that he said you made some good points, but then you do kind of get triggered and go into your red state
into the woods,
and it loses some luster.
Yeah.
So, but that goes into the and that's just a part of the generational gaps that we have in our communities. If we and I'll be honest, you 5 years younger than me and more, then it's hard for me. There's not too much advice you can give me about moving forward in life. You have to figure those things out and move accordingly as it is within your group. Now, respect, I'm going to give everybody respect just because. However, I think most men will address the buffoonery when they see it. And that's how it could be evident within our own children. Most men wouldn't let our daughters do certain behaviors if we saw it. However, we don't get to see it until it's way too late, until they've already been indoctrinated. Now, Sean, you said the sisterhood. That's a fake sisterhood. Because if we was all up here making $100,000 and we was flashing our $100,000, there wouldn't be no sisterhood. Those same women would be competing and throwing each other under the bus. And that's the problem. Now, there's a sisterhood when it comes to ugly dudes like me. They're going to team up in a sense.
You're not ugly. Payne is ugly.
That's right.
Wait a minute. Listen, I'm just being facetious.
Exactly. That's why he's capping right now.
I'm ugly.
But
with them glasses.
but see, I don't qualify for any of this because I'm 56 years old.
Who said?
I'm out of the game. I've been retired for 2 years.
All you need is a honey.
2 years, only 2 years. So 54, you retired.
Yeah, 54, I retired. But the thing is this.
Yo, Ferg, all you need is a couple honey packs and some of them blue chews. You good?
No, I don't need none of that, man. My wife got a stripper pole, man. We don't need none of that, man. We good over here, man. We straight over here, man. We live off $15 a day over here, man.
That's why y'all live in the same house.
And we see, we have these conversations and it's amazing. But the thing is this. The problem is you have women 40, 50 years old preaching a message to the younger women to go out here and abuse themselves, to intentionally abuse themselves, have sex, have a child if you want to, blah, 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 go live your best life. And those same women will circle back and they trying to talk to that same guy that the young woman should have. Because they're going to, I see it all the time, the older women will, even on these little shows, they say, what's the age group you'll take? Well, he can be at least 10 years younger than you. What the hell a guy 10 years younger than you going to, how is he going to hold you accountable? None of them want to give up their freedom, and none of them want to be held accountable. The thing is, and this is the problem, most men today, my crack era generation, they were raised in the same house as these same women. A lot of these women are really talking about their brothers and their cousins, and they don't know most of these guys. They talking about guys in their immediate vicinity, the same guy that they went to school with, go to the clubs with. They don't know these guys, so they only going to speak on what they know, and which is unfortunate because a lot of them really don't know a lot, but they will pretend to know more than they actually know, and it's just unfortunate. So if a guy stay on his square, I'll say from 25 to 35, 45, everything about his life will start to grow. Everything. And then he can choose what he wants. He can, it's sort of like the cream rises to the top. Those women will start to rise. He won't even see those women that he realized can waste his time. But a lot of guys, they're trying to grab the first thing to come to because they've been getting beat down for 10, 15 years about people that are close to them. So I don't know, man. Salute to the crack era, man. The crack era fucked all this shit up. Tore it up, man. Whatever little bit we had, it tore it up. So
wow, Ferg, to your point, I make reference to the crack era often. And the reason being is because we talk about respect, and that is where a lot of respect was lost, in my opinion. A lot of the respect for the different generations, because you got to realize those who we looked up to became crackheads, and those people who were selling crack became the dealers. And so when you're selling crack to somebody you used to look up to, you lose all respect for them. There are people who mothers, they was like, hey, Miss so and so, and Miss now became this lady who is giving sexual favors to these dealers, and the guys who, because she's smoking, the guys who used to run the neighborhood, who you was afraid of, who you are now the people who are smoking. And I literally remember this story where I came back home, and one of the people who used to have the whole neighborhood in fear, I was like, yo, what's up with so and so? Oh man, that cat, yo, watch this. Called him down. Yo, go to the store for me. Literally. And he ran to the store and came back. And I was just like, wow. So all of the respect, fear that we had, to your point, was lost. And that just started to continue, and the mindset continued. So, like I said earlier, or last week, circumstances changed because of the money, but the mindset didn't. As a matter of fact, the mindset reverted, and it lost a lot of respect for one another, brothers and sisters, mothers and daughters, cousins, relatives, friends, all of that. Because friends was killing each other for the money. Mothers were doing things who started partaking and abusing. Fathers was doing things all with no respect. Only thing they respected was that crack, as you said. And that crack did do a number on our community, more so than anything else that I could even imagine. So you're absolutely right when you say that.
The crime bill did a pretty good job too. So
thanks for joining, JR. How are you this evening?
Doing fine. How you doing?
Doing good. Doing good. Did you see the video that I played? It was actually two videos. Let me see. It was what did you saw? You said it's Shits and Giggles podcast, RP? With the two guys.
That's the first part of it. When the white boy said what he said, and everybody made cowards out of the black men. And then the next one is the Panderer.
Okay.
Whatever his name is.
I'll play it again, so you have some context for the conversation.
All right, thank you.
Cool. She's cool, man.
She's cool. She stole your ginge. How you feel about that?
I'm here for it, bro.
I'm here for the multicultural. Really? Yeah,
Black girlfriend effect.
Yeah.
Came
You're
in,
into that.
Yeah. She came in.
What's the black girlfriend? They just come in and start fighting?
Nah, bro. You guys don't know about the black girlfriend effect. She just.
Wait, what is the black girlfriend effect?
Oh, you don't know about it?
Glow up the other culture.
Yeah, so you'll see a guy who's had a black girlfriend. All of a sudden, he's got buzz cut, like clean shape up.
Glows up, bro. I like that. I like that. They shave their hair because they start losing it. Because they're so stressed being around this black girl complaining about shit all the fucking time. That's why they gotta shave their hair.
Nah, bro. White guys with black girlfriends,
they grow a beard because there's more cushion when they get slapped the fuck out of. That's hilarious. I think the black girlfriend effect. It might be a protective instinct, bro.
You think?
Protective. Yeah. Do you guys have you ever had black girlfriends?
Yeah. From black women is people feel so comfortable disrespecting them because we don't respect them publicly, right? White people for so long have used the excuse, why can't I say the N-word when you say that to yourselves or call yourself that or use that in your music, which is bullshit, right? Or white people have said, if you're using the B word, or they say, if you're using the B word, why can't I call them that? That's bullshit as well, right? That's excuses to be certain things and be disrespectful when you shouldn't be. So when you're sitting across from Andrew Schultz and he's talking about an experience that he can't understand because his wife is not black, you don't have the right to talk about that. You don't have the right to speak on something that you don't know, right? And to make a joke about what the experience is one thing if you're talking about haircuts and you're talking about clothing and you're talking about beards, or you're comparing what our friend Travis Kelce looked like when he was with Kayla Nicole to what he looks like now that he's with Taylor Swift, right? That is part of it. You start to assimilate to the people around you. What you're not going to do, though, is be disrespectful and say you have to develop a defense mechanism because of alleged violence. Black women aren't violent. Black women don't just walk around to beat people or to be angry or to be treated a certain way. No, black women, to me, were the entire front line of the Alton Sterling protests when he died, when he was killed by cops in Louisiana. Black women are on the front lines of everything that's about us. Black women understood that they had to take a back seat because as we were fighting for rights in our country, that we as men were going to be able to get through the door before they were. So they decided to push us forward and give us ideas and give us help and give us support and be our biggest cheerleaders because they knew we'll have an opportunity to get in the door first. The problem is so many times now we're getting in those doors and we aren't reaching back and bringing them through that same door with us. And this is just another example of that. So whoever is Andrew Schultz's black friend, Charlemagne, you're his black friend, sit him down, talk to him, tell him what the black woman experience truly is, because he ain't married to one and he's obviously never been around enough of them to know how strong, how beautiful, how independent they could be while also being supportive, how much black women have done to create this entire world that we all live in and the way that they've poured in it.
Okay. So you have Andrew Schultz, who has his own perception of black women and how they act. And I don't know that guy's name. Do you guys know the name of the guy that's in the
he's a football player.
Ryan
What's
Clark.
his name, Trey?
Ryan Clark.
Is that his name, Ryan Clark?
Ryan Clark.
Ryan Clark.
And so then you have Ryan Clark saying, hey, look, you know, you might talk about what the black woman effect may be visually, but you go too far when you disrespect black women and you don't have any experience with black women. So what do you think about that, JR?
It's like two things that stick out to me, and it's people's experience and then media. Those are the two things that speak out to me. I always tell people that I don't have a bad experience with black women. I think that I know that most of if I had any bad experiences because I may have been the root of it, right? So I've never been hurt by a Black woman. I think a lot of people speak from hurt, pain, experience, whatever they may go through. So I respect it, but I listen past that and I can understand that they speaking from a place of hurt most of the time. And then there's a media portion of it. I think that with so much media, like yes, Snapchat, Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, media is right in our hands right now. And so a lot of people perform, a lot of people do a lot of extra things. Some things there's some truth to, and there are some things that are representatives, but you can't. And then you have the news that pushes things. So there's so much media that push negativity that it confuses people. And a lot of people don't know what to really think. I think a lot of people are sheep. They are easily influenced, easily manipulated. So that plays into the psyche of how people look at the world. So I'm not surprised. I understand that this is where we are, but you have to be a minority when it comes to being intelligent and being above the BS. And I think a lot of folks are not. They can't really think on that frequency. I like to consider myself as thinking on a different frequency. Now, am I perfect? No, not perfect. I make the same mistakes that a lot of folks make, but I do understand how the world operates in different frequency. I understand how mindsets function. I believe that not people look at the bigger picture. Not people don't look at what's happening in its entirety. So everything is just at a lower frequency, and they responding and they're reacting to their personal experience. They don't know how to look past that, and I don't fault them for it. It's not meant for everybody to be great. It's not meant for everybody to be, because if we was all alike, there wouldn't be no role models. There wouldn't be anybody to look up to. There wouldn't be no teachers. There wouldn't be failures if everybody was the same. So the world is going to give us everything, and it's up to you to kind of grasp what's going on in its entirety. And depending on your upbringing, depending on how God designed your brain, it may not be able to function like that. You may have to be a student. You may be a student for the rest of your life, or you may be a teacher. You may be a leader. So I don't think everybody's the same. And I think once you become self-aware, because a leader can be developed at a later age. You may not be born one, but it may be something that you understand. You may get your assignment later, but it's not meant for everybody. So I just appreciate all walks, even the people that may not be as educated, operating their frequency. I could still learn something from them. But if you don't have a grasp of how this world is operating and what's happening, then I just think that maybe you're getting it, maybe you're not. But I'm not going to fault you for it. Not your fault. I think parents have to really consider what type of environment they're bringing their kids in. And then even if you do bring your kids into a perfect world, so to speak, they still may be flawed, because we just flawed as humans. So it's either you got it or you don't. But once you figure it out, because I didn't have it. I'm gonna be honest, I didn't have the knowledge that I had when I was younger. These things that I developed and I gained off experience. One of the things you can't teach is patience. You know, you can't teach people not to be so angry. They're emotional beings. They have emotions. A lot of people can't regulate it. So I said that all to say is that the world is full of unexpected expectations and responses, and there are different frequencies, and everybody's not on the same wavelength. And if you are able to figure it out, kudos to you. And if you have figured it out, then you need to be more of a leader so you can teach people. If you are one of the people that are operating on a lower frequency, then I suggest you talk to somebody that you got to have understanding and be open-minded in order to be able to grow from where you are. Because if not, then you're going to just be the same person moving in this world, and the world going to keep moving. You're going to be at the same place And when you die, they're gonna look at you and they're gonna be talking at your funeral saying they may make up some things because you just never made it. But again, it's not your fault, but that's it.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. You said a few things here. I know, alluding back to the conversation we were having about women knowing what they're getting themselves into, and that was just a previous conversation we were having. But my question, and I want to ask R. Payne this question.
Mm-hmm.
So, do you think that Andrew Schultz felt as though he was wrong for saying the things that he said? And do you think that the guys that were sitting there laughing at him knew he was wrong for disrespecting Black women in that moment?
I don't know. Did Andrew Schultz apologize? I don't know. I saw the Black guys apologize.
No.
His comedy stick is whatever it is.
Mm.
And I think we suffer from cognitive dissonance too much. Because all the damage that he said, we do to ourselves. It's just like Ryan Clark saying all the shit that he talked about, right? Calling Black women bees and the N-word. Nobody uses it more than we use on ourselves. Nobody. And there's not a flex by telling white people they can't use the word. The truth of the matter is none of us should be using those words. Right? It's not a term of endearment. It's not. You know, so as long as we have that dichotomy going on, we gotta expect some of the shit we get, right? I mean, the same bullshit notion that we could sit down here and look at the news in Chicago where 10 people get shot or 20 people, babies and all that, and nobody's marching. But when a white cop kills a Black guy, whether it's, you know, unjustifiably, we mobilize. There's a problem with that. Each one of those things should be an anathema to us as Black people, right? That's it. You know, so as long as we keep trying to make these differences, because once we do it to each other, it's okay. It's nothing to scream about. But it's only when a white man says it, I can't get behind that. I just can't. I think it's time to be bad and not outraged at it all. It's time to be outraged at it all. And even when we had the Black Lives Matter, when we found out that there was a bunch of lesbians grifting us for millions and millions of dollars, nobody said anything but they hated Candace Owens, right? Because we hate her because she's married to a white man, he's whatever, and this, but she was right.
That's why we hate her.
You know, so the point, listen, the point I'm just trying to make is that we accept shit that destroys us, and I don't see any higher movement as Black people by us doing that. And so only when the enemy says something, oh, we got something to say, right? So we're never going to move forward. Matter of fact, since I have the benefit of hindsight, our communities are much worse today in the inner cities than they were when I was a little kid. Much worse. By the way we vote, for the people we vote for, and all these kind of things. You know, so I'm just tired of it. And when I see Black men apologizing for everything because a Black woman got offended, right? I mean, it could be social media and everybody says it's not the real world. There's millions and millions and millions of people listening to social media. You know, we've seen a lot of videos where sisters is slapping the hell out of a Black man, screaming at him, withholding his children from her, all that kind of stuff. We you know, I mean, it's just, I just can't take it. Now, was that guy wrong? Was he? I don't. In the context of their conversation, he was just making a joke. He might not agree with it. I mean, he might not. I mean, they're in the context of it. I mean, he didn't come out of the clear blue. They're sitting in there having a laugh, right? It could have been about a Chinese woman. Were we went crazy or anything because it was a sister and they got mad? Let me tell you, listen. You know, I just can't get with it anymore, and I I'm just over. I'm gonna shut up after this. I'm just tired of seeing black men apologize for shit we don't have to apologize for.
Pain, you're outdated, and you're
No,
out the
I'm not
market
outdated, man.
because
You
you
know,
have
when you
nothing.
get your chance, you say what you're saying.
Okay,
I'm saying I'm still alive right now.
So
I'm
I
not
would
I'm
like
not
to give
dead. I'm not
context as
outdated.
to
I don't
why
think we
I
need to
said.
apologize
I
for
would
shit.
like to give context for why I said what I said.
I'm not just talking to you.
So I called you outdated, so you responded back, so you were talking to me. So here's the thing. You are outdated, and that doesn't, I'm not saying that disrespectfully, as you referenced that when I was a kid,
Just
things are
say what
different.
your position is
Okay, so
without
I
trying to
am
disparage me. That's all.
trying to get my point across to you, Pain.
Well, you interrupted me while I was still talking.
No, I didn't. You stopped. You stopped.
No,
You stopped.
I took a
You
breath.
stopped. No. So you was gonna go on for another 40 minutes?
Well, let me land my plane before. But
You
listen,
did. You said
you did. And say what you're gonna say, Kenny.
Pain, you did say in closing, and then you mentioned what you did. I watched you. You stopped, and then I started.
I don't know if I was finished.
So let's try to get through this.
Okay.
You're not on the market no more. You have nothing to risk. The brand is
bullshit.
today that
I got 2 kids in the market. What are you talking about? I can't stand when fucking people tell I'm not dead, Kenny. I'm still alive.
Okay, so
you know what? So I do have something. I'm still black.
I want to see if you
just
have
because I'm
the
married and not
decorum
trying to
and
stroke money,
etiquette
so
to
mean I'm
let
out of the
me.
market. So
I
your
would
premise is
love.
already wrong.
I would love to see if he gives me the space to explain why I said what I
if
said.
you're gonna make it personal,
rather
make
than
it
getting his
personal based on
panties
the
in a
right
bunch.
premise. If you're gonna make it personal,
okay, so
you make
you
it
are
personal
out
based on the right premise. I got my daughter's a millennial and a Gen Zer. So when people tell me I'm not in the market, I'm gonna say something about it.
All right.
You can say all you want.
All right. Calm down a little. Let's go ahead and let him speak. You speak. Yeah. Go ahead. But calm down. You get a little triggered over there.
So here's the thing.
Relax.
You said I interrupted you. I did not. There's one
Go
time.
ahead, man. Go ahead and say the bullshit you're gonna say.
All right. So you are outdated. You're a relic. Okay. And me saying that is not being disrespectful to you. The time is now different. You're not in the workforce as you were before. The rules of the game is now different. Those same alphabet people that you spoke about, if you went in the office and started talking about these lesbians and this, that, and the third, you couldn't talk that way. You would get a talking to if the behavior committed. Because in most businesses, you get that code of conduct video, or someone comes in and speaks to you for 30 minutes to an hour and tells you what's the new guidelines that most companies have to follow. Okay, so now, as for moving forward in this time, you can get canceled for anything. Men have to tuck tail if they wish to keep gainfully employed in many different situations. If someone is called the wrong name, the wrong pronoun is used, do I agree with it? No, I do not. But that is the standard today. So listening to you on your rocking chair telling me what I should do or how cowardly you think I am is not keeping me on track for retirement. You're allowed under the First Amendment your own opinion, which is not bullshit, because I'm actually gainfully employed with companies that have these standards. And I know people that have these standards within the companies that they work with. And guess what? They have to follow them as well. And if I have a brand, that is my job. That is my work. And I know that someone can get to the right people and cancel my whole thing that I built from scratch. That pays me, my family, and those that I take care of. I'm not going to listen to you. I'm going to do what I need to do to protect my business. I could give 2 crap about you. You done got your 2 loaves of bread and a sausage under every arm. You are retired. You already made your stake in this world. You can't tell me how to make mine. And playing the game, I'm going to play the game. And I'm going to make sure I I still have my dignity and my resolve and avoid certain conversations that I need not have. But guess what? If I listen to Pain,
you got a point. You got one point.
Guess what? I pass by Pain. He gonna give me one long piece of Wonder Bread, that block of cheese.
I might put some cheese on it. Yeah, I might put some cheese on it.
And he gonna say, "Young man, go figure it out. You shouldn't have listened to me."
Listen, Kenny, you know, it's funny. I've only been out of the workforce for 4 years, so I know about HR rules, okay? These guys got their own business where most of their clientele are not Black, right? So, they you know, until people start breaking down these walls of this cancel culture like Janet Jackson is doing, we'll never be free. You know, because it's easy for me to say. Wait a minute. You said wait a minute. No, it's easy for me to wait. Can I say this? It's easy for me to say. It's easy for Kelly. It's easy for me to say.
Across, he's hustling that box.
No, hold on now. Wait a minute. You let me talk. I said it's easy for me to say. So I agree with you. It's easy for me to say, but I think in the forum that they were discussing was a comedic forum. And so we're saying that Black women are out of bounds because the guy's skin is white. I don't know if I agree with that. I just don't. I mean, we're talking about comedy. So just like when they try to cancel Dave Chappelle, right? You can't talk about the alphabet community. You can't talk about them. You know, and it's so funny to me that nobody cares when people use the N-word, but we have to be so sensitive to everybody else. I am not. I just think that, you know, the time of pampering people is almost over. I don't think it's getting any. I don't think I'm out of touch. I'm telling you how to get in touch. We need some people to start. We need people to understand that it's easy. If it wasn't for Elon Musk, we wouldn't be able to say shit on social media.
Go and tell them kiss my ass.
Yeah.
In your workplace.
I didn't say work, but we're talking about those two guys who are on their podcast. We ain't talking about your workplace. You're working for GE or something.
Well, wait. Pain. What you're missing is that nowadays that's people's workplace.
I know what it is, but it's still not the same.
What I'm saying is that's their livelihood.
Wait a minute, guys. Wait a minute.
Wait.
All the subscribers will go away because a white man made a joke on his thing?
Yes.
No. Okay.
That's why you're out of touch. That's why Kenny is saying you're out of touch. Because it
has nothing to do with being in touch. I peruse these air spaces just like you.
Obviously, you don't.
I do,
because you're sitting there saying,
listen, how many? Let me tell you, how many subscribers or how many?
What it is
Janet Jackson lose because she said Kamala's not black. I'm asking you.
What it is. What I'm saying is right now.
How many subscribers? How many fans did she lose? Because D.L. Hughley talked about her nose, a sycophant, a traitor.
Well, the point being is D.L. Hughley isn't like none of us are relying on this platform to be our income. Those guys are, and until you can understand that, that's their livelihood.
I do understand that. You know what? The pioneers were courageous.
Okay, I'm not disputing. I'm just saying
the men who laid down the future were courageous. They didn't start betting because they were cowards.
Here's what I'm hearing the contradiction. On your job, you wouldn't do it, but you're not a coward. But on their job, they do it, and they're a coward.
We're talking about jobs.
On your job.
Listen. I wouldn't have a guy making jokes like that on my job.
Okay,
I had a job.
But the point being is
they had a comedic podcast where they make jokes all the time.
Okay, you're on your job. People talk about men and women all the time. If you say a certain word,
so why did he mention Charlamagne the God? Because he wanted Charlamagne to come out against the white boy. Is that what he
Are
wanted
we
Charlamagne to
gonna have
do?
a conversation? We gonna yell at each
I
other?
mean, but you keep talking about jobs. You're talking about a
I know,
private
but you ain't.
enterprise these
But
guys
you ain't
had.
listening to what I'm talking about. I
No,
know, but you
let's
ain't
stop
listening.
conflating things. If
I
you're on a
know, but
job
you ain't
working for
listening.
GE, that's one thing.
Pain.
But
All you're doing is yelling when you don't
no,
hear what you
I'm
want to
not
hear.
yelling. You guys are conflating. Why don't we keep apples and
I'm
apples?
asking you a question, and you're yelling to be heard. Listen.
Well, you heard me.
Listen, I've been listening to you for the last 20 minutes, Pain.
No. I'm listening to both of you guys. Well, let's stop conflating issues.
Everybody's been listening to you for the last 20 minutes.
Well, I'm just trying to be like you, Sean. I'm just trying to be like you, brother.
Well, then do it better.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Okay. I got you. Go ahead.
No. What I'm saying is that to Kenny's point, he's just saying that in this day and age, well, in this environment, I'm not part of that environment, but in this social media environment, it's part of what they have made their livelihood, their job. And so if you're saying that it's cowardly to speak against somebody who can take your job away, but yet in the same sentence you said that when I was working, I would have followed protocol because I had rules and regulations to follow.
I had a job. This is not the same environment, man. You guys act like you don't understand the difference between.
And you get mad when I say you're
They have a
outdated.
podcast that tells jokes.
You heard what you said?
They have a podcast that tells jokes. So now, forever, for now, they're gonna censor themselves because they're worried for a couple of angry black women. Come on, man.
Okay,
So that means on their podcast, they can only say A, B, and C. But if they say D, E, and F, they're going to get in trouble forever. I mean, stop, man. You know, that's what I'm trying to say. I'm not out of touch. You guys just don't understand the bigger picture. Right? These guys are purposely censoring themselves because they're afraid.
You're right. The divide and the fear. What you're saying, you're right. The divide and the fear is there. But this is what you said. In your job environment, you wouldn't take the risk.
Because Kenny was using an example of a job.
And the point being is it's not an example. That's his job. That's what you. That's why he's saying
have a comedic podcast. Their podcast is comedy. So we're saying they're going to curtail their comedy because they're afraid of a couple of angry black women.
Well, the point is, but here's what it is, Pain, and please hear this. Comedians, I don't know if you spoke to any of them, but they too are worried about losing their job or their platform.
I know they are.
And your point is relevant, but you're sitting there making your point when it comes to angry black women, but the point is when it comes to the wait, can I finish? The point is when it comes to when it comes to the alphabet community, when it comes to a certain religious community, when it comes to other communities, you're not. It happens the same way.
We ain't talking about the alphabet community. If it was a combination, if the alphabet community tried to cancel Dave Chappelle, he told him to suck his Johnson. He still talks about it. That's what I'm saying. So you keep conflating stuff. We ain't talking about the alphabet community.
Pain.
I'm sorry, Dave. I mean, come on, man. Why would you stay on topic?
Okay. Pain. Dave Chappelle never said "suck his Johnson" to that community. Let's be clear.
It's a metaphor. I mean, it's metaphorically speaking.
I understand.
He keeps saying the same jokes.
I understand, but he was very strategic on how he used his comedic ability to address it.
You were willfully obtuse or not?
Okay, Ferg, I see you doing sign language. Go ahead,
Ferg. You know, I mean, put me out of my misery, okay? Thank you. You know,
I think you're on mute, Ferg, Coach Ferg.
No, he actually isn't.
No.
Don't see.
We hear you now.
We can't hear you. So while he's figuring that out, you may have to go out and then come back in. Maybe, I don't know.
Well, that's too bad because I wanted to hear what you got to say. I wonder if he's gonna pile on like the rest of you guys. You know what I'm saying?
So you're saying that they were on a comedic platform, and so he chose that opportunity to come at Black women. So my thing is, I remember growing up how, I would hear people say, I could talk about him, but you can't talk about him, right? Like I could talk. Let's just say a wife and a husband, for instance. I could talk about my husband, but you can't talk about my husband. I could talk about my sister, but you can't talk about my sister, type of thing, right?
Right, I agree.
A wife, but nobody can come up to your front door and tell you about your wife, or say, she probably got an attitude problem. She probably hits you, because you would probably look at them like, you don't know what happens with me and my wife, and who are you to come to me to talk to me about my wife, right? And what's going on in the media today is that people are because of, and it's, like this question scrolling across. We're going to get to this, and then we're going to get to the last video because it's getting late. But because of red pill content, in which I didn't even know what that was first coming on to YouTube, I didn't know what any of these pills were. But because of the content and how it is spread so wide and the reach has gotten so far, it does seem like other cultures, particularly this white man, feels as though it's okay to speak on Black women. And because of the reach and because of social media, everyone just agrees with it, because it's like, okay, well, we hear about this stuff every day, so that must be the consensus of all Black women, how they act. So we want ha and kiki with him because that's what we experience too, or that's what we're hearing too, or that's the call-ins and things of that nature too. Knowing that social media, the people who are drawn to social media are the people who are looking for the drama, the people who are indulging in drama because they have no life. They don't work like that other woman who don't want to work. They don't have other responsibilities, and they take social media as such face value in real life for them. Like for them, social media is their real life. I come on here, do these shows, then I live my real life. Like you'll never see my real life on social media. You got to be with me and experience real life with me. But for those people, real life is social media, right? We talked about how that's their bread and butter, and they have to show face, because if not, they can get whatever endorsements, whoever sponsors them maybe can cut those, ties with them. But because of social media, who is going to be the ones to say, other than what's his name, Jason Clark? What's his name, Jason Clark?
Yeah.
Who is Brian Clark? Who's going to
Ryan Clark?
Oh, Ryan.
Ryan.
Ryan, we can hear you now.
R-Y-A-N, Ryan.
Ryan. Other than him, who is going to say, that is not the summation of Black women?
No, he has the right to say what he has to say, but let's look at the genesis of that whole conversation.
Wait a minute.
I'm answering her. Let me just see what I gotta say. I'm gonna be real quick. She just said something. The genesis of that conversation was those guys. They brought it up about the white man effect. He didn't bring that up. He didn't bring it up. Those two Black guys talking about the white man effect, about making a white man look clean and shit like that. And then he made a joke out of it. But go ahead, Trey.
Well, they were talking about the Black women effect,
and whatever they call it, the Black woman effect, whatever that was.
But the way that they were talking about it was, hey, look, they get the lineups, they start to kind of emulate Black men.
He made a joke out of it. He wouldn't have talked about it unless they brought that up. They opened that door, and he went through it. What I'm saying is, he didn't initiate the conversation about that.
Well, no, he didn't. However, they went down two different roads.
I understand that, but if they didn't open that door, he wouldn't have said it. He's a comedian. I mean, comedians make jokes. I mean, I don't understand why we want to try to make this into some kind of big rule. But go ahead, Trey Ferg. I just don't take it the same way. I understand black women taking it that way.
Thank you.
Go ahead,
Thank
Trey.
you. We don't. Thank you. I don't want you to make it a
I'm
painful
trying to give it to him, man. Come on.
I don't want you to make it a painful conversation for us.
Oh my God, painful
I
conversation.
think I'm lost now, but
No, go ahead, man.
Like I said earlier, there was a time where you didn't have these conversations outside of your own race, and and it just goes to show the change of the times, how much black men have been beaten down because now they are comfortable to have these conversations with other races, and which to me is a detriment to the men themselves. And it's not, I believe you should hold women accountable for their behavior, yes, but I can't condemn every woman for one woman's behavior, just like women can't condemn all men for the man that they know in their vicinity's behavior. It just doesn't make sense to me. I think overall, and just like when we use the N-word and other races use it, if we want, a certain outcome from other people, we really have to start policing our own selves in every capacity. Yes, YouTube provides another platform to make money, but we're just living in the space, existing in the space. We're not controlling the space. So I can understand them being a little careful on what they say and allowing certain things to, to just, be said. But in the overall scheme of things, everyone is looking at us being divided on all fronts. We are divided on every fucking front. There's nothing that we can agree on. There's nothing. Anything that's going to build us, and that's the difference between today's generations than generations of old. I don't know if any of y'all heard of the Pullman Porters. Have y'all ever heard of the Pullman Porters? Now, I don't think y'all got to go really read their story, because the women actually led the charge in those men becoming the people who they were. The women, however, they worked in the background. They didn't want to be in the front of the charge because they understood the resistance that would be given. So the man stepped to the front. And one thing I don't agree with anything that Ryan Clark said, a man ain't gonna let the woman stay in the back. It's like we go to a space, we're not gonna just dismiss the women. We want them to come with us. They just have to be willing to stand in that space with us and stand to the right of me or to the left of me, half a step behind me. Allow me to protect you. But again, salute to the crack era. All of that shit changed when guys today sold drugs back then, mamas today sold drugs, sold their bodies, allowed the children, didn't protect the young daughters, young women. So now they're here and they are fighting back. But to me, I look at it like social services. When they lash out, they're not lashing out at you. They're lashing out at the people who wronged them. But they just don't know how to say it. So I don't know, man. Do we protect our women? No. However, do the women want to be protected? Because if you do, one thing you don't do is cheerlead to the world to say F him or F her. Because when the world sees that, and I don't know how long y'all plan on living, but you, your child, your grandchild, your slow ass grandchild, they're going to suffer. They're going to suffer. They're going to suffer because wherever you are in your life, you have to look yourself in the mirror and decide to make a change at that point. Speak different, walk different, talk different, watch your friend. It's a whole lot you have to be willing to change. If not, then what are you crying about? Because I'm too old to be trying to fight a 25-year-old. I'm not going to do it. I'm too old to be working around a 25-year-old. He's going to do all the work. I'm going to give him the instructions because half y'all asses can't read. And I'm gonna let you read this shit out loud so you can hear it and understand it, because we talked about that earlier. When you read it out loud, you can understand it a whole lot better, which a lot of women struggle when they read silently. I work in college. I used to talk to them, and I was like, did you? But anyway, we are here in a unique space. And in order for us to move the needle forward, I don't care if I'm light skinned with the big nose or you dark skinned with the big nose. If we don't come to a consensus, your damn children could possibly be in the apple field, the cotton field, the cabbage field, somewhere working a job and not doing anything to change their life. So I don't know. This shit is weird to me.
Wow, Ferg. I agree. You know, to sum up some of what you said, we got to really focus on our similarities as opposed to our differences. And that's something that we fall short of often. And divide and conquer has been the tool for a long time and still continues to be the tool. And the easiest way to divide is just highlighting those differences. Whether it's us highlighting them, whether it's somebody else highlighting them, whether it's a combination, the highlighting of the differences is really what divides us. And we, as I said earlier, we sit here and we don't have no unification. Now, I commend those who do. I commend the communities that do, who can cancel something. I feel like us as Black men, we can't cancel nothing because we don't have enough respect for one another, trust with one another, to bond with one another. Only thing we could cancel maybe is about a football game, who gonna watch it, and who house we gonna be at, or maybe a video game and which one we gonna play. But when it comes to really canceling some serious topics, we don't ever come together to do it. So there is a lot of times where women are on the front line and we're not. And I also though agree that if we had a force of men on that front line, they will feel threatened, and that line will go quicker than any line of women, any line of any other race possible. So I'm not suggesting that on the forefront, but I am saying the unification to at least think that way, to where we can have that presence felt of our unity will be beneficial to a lot of our issues that we're facing right now.
Sean, have you ever coached? One of the greatest
a team? No.
Yes, a group of young people, male or
No, I
female.
haven't.
The greatest thing that I discovered about when speaking to the youth, a lot of us tell them what they should be doing. What they should be doing. Because we not go say the real truth. Well, you know, when I was 16, I was a hoe. I was fucked up.
What?
Yeah. But here's the thing. What I've discovered. One of the greatest things that I could do in any youth that comes into my reach, and right now I'm coaching football, I always tell them what they can do. I always speak to them in a position that they can be in the spaces that they want to be in, but they have to be willing to put in the work. You don't get muscles at 50. You get that shit at 16. You don't get a work ethic at 35. You get that shit at 14. And if those things are not taught, if those things are not shown, you know, but it's a military concept. You sit in the classroom, you're gonna go through the book lesson, you're gonna talk about it, you're gonna answer questions. Then you have to go practice it. And when you go out to practice it, there may be some steps that you didn't pay attention to or you just missed. So now you have to be able to raise questions about what you missed. So when we come back to the classroom, I can connect the parts that you missed. So now going forward, you have the entire puzzle to work with. You have all the instructions on when you go out to life.
It's 1 hour.
Unfortunately, in our own homes, we've experienced it. Our parents experienced it. We pass it down to our kids. We don't give them all of the information, and then we'll say, go out there and do it. They looking at us like, well, what am I supposed to do? I don't know, just do it. So you have to be willing to give them all the instructions, all the information, because I might not be shit, but I can teach my son or daughter to be greater than me. But it's going to take me putting in the work with them, not just telling them. And I think a lot of young men don't get the encouragement that they need early on. And that's the problem. Young boys need and I'm not talking about old 35, 40. That 14, 15-year-old boy, when his scrotum sac separate from his body, he needs to be encouraged by a man. He needs to be taught by a man. My mother never interfered with my father disciplining me, ever. She got the hell out of Dodge. That was it. But now we don't see that. Most of the men are getting information from women. So when they get into that predatorial state, when they get to 16, 17, now they smelling girls, for her pheromones and all of that. He's confused about how to approach it. He's not sure of himself. He's losing a part of who he is because he's trying to always acquiesce to what the woman is wanting instead of just focusing on what he needs for himself. And that's where we are. This has been going on for a long time. These same people who hated everybody in their life are telling other people, don't listen to them. Focus on you. Ain't nobody gonna give you shit. Ain't nobody gonna love you like I do, which is totally wrong, because if a boy and a young woman get a balance from the father, I don't give a damn if he like your little ugly self or not. You know you was out there. You know he wasn't shit, but allow him, a righteous man, find a righteous man. There's some righteous brothers out there to give your son the information he needs so he can grow up to be a hard worker, productive citizen, get your ass off Section 8, get you off welfare, because he will work and she will work and they will protect themselves. Other than that, we just gonna keep on fighting and the world gonna keep on moving. And y'all better beware. These immigrants are coming for all y'all Section 8. They ain't building these new apartments for no niggas to go in there and tear up. You're gonna have to be willing to make a decision on how you want to move forward, whether who's in office, because all of this shit get ready to change. So, ladies, make a decision, make a deal before you get gray hairs on your private parts. I'm trying to tell you, y'all better make a decision. So that's all I got.
That's a good segue into the next and last final video. Let's try to keep this one. I want to be out of here by at least 1:15, 1:30-ish. Okay. I'm off tomorrow, so this is why y'all still got me, because I've had to work. I've been going already. However, this last video, I did want to acknowledge this is UnAlive, and we all know the S word that we can't say on YouTube,
which is crazy.
Awareness Month. Yeah, this video, he says it a couple times. I do my best to bleep it out, but hey, look, YouTube don't like me anyway, so we're just gonna rock with it. And it's kind of alluding to what Coach Ferg just said. But as we are listening to the video, I want you guys to kind of think about this question. Do we miss the signs of a person who is contemplating self-deletion? So we're going to kind of get deep here and take a turn, take this conversation a different way. But like I said, it's kind of alluding to what Coach Ferg was just saying, and being as though that he is a coach, I'm sure that he sees a lot of things that, parents probably don't see, parents don't hear about, and he's probably confided in, through these youth. But as you're watching this, just, if you've ever known anyone who was contemplating self-deletion or unfortunately went through with it, do we miss the signs of a person who is contemplating or who has done it? So I'm going to put this video up.
A report that's saying suicide is the leading cause of death for men under the age of 50. And between the United States, Canada, and the UK, suicide is the single largest cause of death for men under the age of 50. Isn't this crazy? Typically, when folks hear stuff like this, their response is men should just open up more. If men talked more, less men would take their own lives, or more men need to go to therapy. However, the study is bearing out that most men who take their lives very often are in therapy. And a study in the UK found out that 92% of men who took their lives were actually seeking help at the time that they died by suicide. Now, here's what's mind-blowing. Out of the 92%, 80% of them were deemed to be low risk to no risk of suicide. What is all this saying? What this is saying is we don't know how to read men. We don't know when men are hurting and when they're not, and when they're at risk or when they're self-destructing. Now, I've got nothing against therapy. I see a therapist every 2 weeks. Therapy is great. However, therapy is not the only answer and not the number one answer to self-destructing men. The solution for self-destructing men is also a part of the problem. See, most of these men are lonely. Most of these men have no friends. Most of these men are disconnected. So I'm going to say it. The number one thing that men need more than anything else is to be a part of a positive brotherhood.
Before we get to the signs, of, you know, a person who is contemplating self-deletion, what do you guys think about what he said? You know, therapy is good, but at the end of the day, men need to be a part of, and I say it all the time, men need to teach men, men need men, boys need men. But what do you think about him saying that a solution to that is for men to be a part of a positive brotherhood?
I'm with Ferg out here. Yes, it's definitely needed. Ferg, no, I haven't coached any teams, but I have been coaching kids and mentoring kids for decades now. And I continue, and we have an opportunity arises to give them some insight, and I do exercise a lot of the things that you mentioned, and giving them. I focus on trying to help them understand their worth and value more than anything else, especially at that age, and letting them know that they're worth a lot more than people give them credit to, a lot that they know a lot more than, you know, they often think they know, that they and start identifying some of the things that they have learned through life, and giving them some direction on how to, when they're moving forward, how they can recognize some other things that they can learn from. So yes, that brotherhood is something that I didn't have. Mentorship is the word that I think has been missing in our communities for a long time. Also, another word that has been missing or has been kind of devalued is consultation. Consultation, only time people value it in our community is when it becomes a lawyer giving consulting because you're in a jam. But consultation is something that is a valuable tool in other places, other spaces, that we kind of gloss over and don't allow that to be valuable to us in business and culture and religion or spirit. So between mentorship and consultation, those are two things that I definitely emphasize. And I think that if we had a lot more of it to what he was lending to, it will perhaps eliminate some of the things that he was speaking to, as well as at least give guidance on how to address it if it comes into your life, or if you approach with those feelings.
Okay. Thank you, Sean. Just to let you know, your mic just has a little bit of refurb on it, I think. I didn't want to interrupt you, but I don't know if you did something different with your mic, but we heard you. It just was a little bit of a refurb with it. All right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You know who the greatest mentor to any young man is? Do y'all know who's the greatest mentor to any young man? I don't care. His father is the greatest mentor. Even if his father ain't shit to you, if you would allow your son, let's just give it an age. Let's just say age 6. I don't know if y'all saw the movie, What's Love Got to Do with It? Y'all remember the scene when Ike Turner's baby mama or wife, whatever, dropped them boys off? She understood that they would be becoming too much for her. Even if he ain't shit, let's just say he drinks every day. And he has expressed that he loves his son, even his daughter, wants a relationship. One of the greatest things you can do, and I've been saying this for a long time, to save your life and your child's life, is to allow them to figure out who he is based off their relationship, not just based off your feelings about him. You got to allow them to, even if they might even realize, you know what, drinking ain't for me, smoking ain't for me. I grew up in the house with a father who was an alcoholic, but he was there. And he was drunk on weekends. My whole teenage life, drunk. Used to come in my room and be drunk and crying and shit. And I used to look at him like, man, what's wrong with you? You're a grown ass man. And I'm a teenager. But he was there. When shit went down, I'm going to tell you, daddy, it got quiet in the house all day. The greatest mentor, especially for a boy, and this is where I think women add extra stress in their own lives. You have to allow that boy, again, once his scrotum sac separates from his body, and he go from mama, give me a hug, to mama, don't do it, mama, get away. He went from 5'2" to 6'4" in 2 summers. You have to allow him to connect to his father as early as possible. And if you don't, let's just say the father's deleted, and only reason you don't want to be with the child because he's mad at you. That's it. And that's your fault. You should have understood that shit. You knew the nigga peed in the bed and had shit in his drawers when you were sleeping with him. You knew that shit, but you overlooked it because he had that Johnson. But anyway, I digress from that. So if you don't have that man, find your brother if he's a good guy. Find an uncle. Find somebody in the community. Ask them those hard questions. Are you a heterosexual? You have to ask him. You can't just leave him to him because he said he's a man. No. And allow him to have those hard conversations. Have a family meeting. Be open and honest with your child as early as possible. You don't have to always talk about, I was in the streets. No, talk about what the streets will do to you. And if you can express it, go read that shit. Give them a book and say, man, read that for me. My eyes are bad. I used to do it all the time. They read that shit, then they understand it like, for real? Yes. It is a process. It doesn't just happen. Stop giving y'all slow-ass kids these dumb-ass nicknames. Do dirt. Stop giving them dumb-ass nicknames. Call them by the name that you gave them. The Travion, Quavion, all the Aeons. Y'all give them to them. So call them by their names. Have them, listen, and this is just me, maybe my experience. It's the last thing. I spent 2 summers on the south side of Chicago. Shout out to the south side. Shout out to Oral High School. Every summer, I had at least 400 young men between the ages of 18 to 24. All of them had felonies. All of them. I had to sit in an auditorium-sized room with a microphone and mentor all these guys. Now, how's one guy go mentor a room full of 200 at a time? I had to tell them that they still matter. Despite what happened to them, they're still here. They still have a chance. You can only speak positive language to someone who's already been through the drama. You can't point the finger at them. Everybody's already pointed the finger at them. And this is my last thing. If you push them to the side, that'll be the same dude that'll break in your house and rob you. The same dude that'll take everything you own because you pushed them to the side. I went to any neighborhood free. I didn't get bothered because just by me connecting with those young men, never thought I was better. Never put them down about what they did. I did address it and let them know that that lifestyle will get you 2 places. We know what they are, but they have to be encouraged constantly until that lifestyle change gets inside their head and then they start living it because it'll change your life. We got the Olympics coming up in 2018. Get y'all slow ass kids out the house. Get overweight ass kids out the house. Let them exercise. Put their asses in these damn Olympics in LA. Go out to LA with your weave and your little baby shorts and find your husband. Other than that, get the hell out of these kids' way and let these kids live the life that you never did. So that's all I got, man. I'm sorry.
Very well, Payne. It's on you. And just real quick, What
Yes,
you
sir.
just described, my mother was brave enough to do with my brother and I. Both of us, when we turned 13, 14, she sent us to our father. And what I've learned since then is she sent it against the suggestions of her friends and people. They called her silly and stupid, and she decided to go against what they was thinking and go for what she thought. And it was the best decision she could have ever made for us and with us. And to your point, it was when we needed our father. And I tell her to this day, who you married was a little immature boy that I never knew. But the man that I got to meet, I wish you would have met him. Because he was man enough to take us in and also man enough to give us the direction that we needed at that time. But she was woman enough to let us go. Go ahead, Payne.
No, that's a good point. I mean, listen, going back on the point, I don't know if you ever really know when somebody's going to actually do. Uh, Almost every time there's a deletion, a self-deletion like that, you'll have everybody in that person's orbit saying, "I had no idea." I mean, I think that happens more often than not. Especially when it happens, or a parent and a child, is a conversation not had. I don't know how you get past that. You know, um, because the person who's in distress has to be willing to tell you something, has to be willing to talk to somebody, write it down, and you think, "Well, how could I have been so out of touch?" And then the people who are the survivors are the ones who are saying, I just must have missed it, right? And then if they leave a note, then you'll find out if they don't leave a note, it's going to haunt you for the rest of your life. It's a sad thing. So I don't know how to solve that, and especially when you talk about men in general. We're not wired to boo boo, whine and cry about what hurts us. It's just not. You know, Maybe that's why we sit down and people say all kinds of disparaging things against men, and we don't cancel anybody over it. Uh, so I just don't know how to solve that particular one, but it really starts with the root. Trey Ferguson, a lot of this stuff. I mean, people just need to be well rounded. Well rounded. You're going to have some outliers, but it's a terrible thing. I mean, if the so-called therapists can't really figure out why people actually do it, and even people, and I think the guy actually said people who were in therapy still do it, right? So I'm just saying, I don't know what the solution is. Uh, um, I really don't. I just don't know, and I just just pray and hope that nobody has left. I haven't experienced that, so I really don't know how to do it. Well, that's not really true. I gotta take that back. I do know a guy intimately who unalived him, or who self-deleted. Was a Japanese guy. We started working the military civilian side together. He's the one who taught me all about mutual funds and all that kind of stuff. And we worked together in New Jersey. And I found out that he always loved guns. Always loved guns, but he was a loner. And he was estranged from his family. He was a traditional Japanese guy too. He might have been one generation removed with all the traditions and all that kind of stuff. So it was unusual that we were friends in the first place, in terms of a black guy with a traditional Japanese dude. And I liked him. But he was meticulous, really meticulous. But he suffered a lot of stuff, and he actually unalived himself. And I went to his funeral and all that kind of stuff. But it was, but still, I never knew. I never knew. I never saw those signs. I didn't see them. We weren't that close that I might see them, but nobody who worked with him closer than me, because we separated organizations. Nobody really had a clue. I mean, it wasn't money. The guy had amassed a retirement plan of over $2 million by the time he was like 40, 45 years old. So it wasn't a money situation. It was something else. And then he just decided to end it. So yeah, so I don't know. It's just a tough thing. It's a tough thing. So I don't know how you get to the bottom of it. It's gonna get worse before it gets better. Uh, I don't know.
Well, like you say, he was a loner. And most people who think about unaliving themselves, they get themselves alone. They isolate themselves. And like you said, it's like, how could we have missed it? And in your mind, you're thinking, okay, they're doing their own thing. They're, on their path. They're still working. They're still, we know that men don't talk about their feelings, their hardships, what the thorn in their side is. And so it can definitely go undetected for a while, especially in men. I think women probably show more signs of it. And even in women, though, it can go undetected as well. You hear a lot of these models and, these women winning these pageants and things of that nature. You would think that this attention that they're getting and these accolades would be something to boost their self-esteem and to boost, their morale in life. And after they win these awards, it's like such and such has just, committed this because and no one knows the reason. I know my church, my pastor, he does a thing where he says, it's actually a group that he has of men, and he just inducted a whole group of men. He probably had between Atlanta and Jersey and his global campus, it looked like over 200, 300 men. He has, but the phrase is males are born, men are made. And so I think Coach Ferg said it's a process, right? And males are born, and you guys have to go through what you have to go through, and regardless, right? But men are made. Men are made, and they go through a process that the male in them don't necessarily want to go through. They go through a process that the male in them could be fighting against, but the man has to be made. There has to be there probably will be a crushing process of letting go or shedding this identity of who you think you are or what you think you need to be doing, and actually get in a group of men who are going in a similar direction that you may want to go to, because when you're alone, I think the Bible says, you want to have someone there to hold you up when you fall, right? So it don't necessarily have to necessarily be a group of men. It could be a trusted individual that that when you're having a hard day, you can call and talk to this person and be like, man, I just need your ear real quick. I just need someone to let this out with. And I can't do it with my wife. I can't do it with, the other friends. How they are. They might, spill the beans in other places, but you do need someone to be there for you, and vice versa. So when we talk about, not knowing how to, this is why it's always important to be kind to people and respectful to people, because you never know what they're going through. And again, it is it goes on a low radar when it comes to men. So it's like, you don't know, like you said, our pain. It's like, how do you know? The signs to you could be a man just acting like a man, right? Going to work every day, coming home, going in his man cave. But the pressures and the weight of it all could be crushing him right before your eyes, and you just don't know. And this is why it's great to know your friends, right? We know our wives, we know our children, we know, what our responsibilities are at work and things of that nature. But do you truly know your friends? Do you truly support them? Do you tell your friends as a man, hey, bro, I love you? I love you. Is that something that men say to each other? So it's all in, uplifting them, being that person who has the wisdom, That's why it's so important for us to grow in wisdom, not in street knowledge, not in, worldly wisdom. It's so important for us to grow in wisdom. I was talking about earlier how you should live your life, and or not how you should live your life, but how Proverbs is the book in the Bible of how you should live your life, right? And so I think we really need to get stronger in that type of wisdom to actually help that person carry that burden, because if it's too much for them, it might be too much for us. Right? Somebody has to be strong in the area, and where you're weak, your friend who is closer than a brother, right? Your friend who is supposed to be closer than a brother, because sometimes you can't go to your family.
Right.
You have to grow that muscle, that wisdom muscle. It's important for men and women, but definitely for men, because you guys is business as usual.
You know what, Precious? It's unique. That's why, it's easy for me to not get caught up in this, I guess, this post-crack era mess, because there was a time when a group of teenagers, and I know it probably wasn't everybody, when we would be together and we would talk each other off the ledge. We wouldn't, if a guy was going through something, we would all come around him. We might drink a few beers, smoke a little weed, but we are talking about how we can find a solution to his problem, because his problem could also be my problem, and we don't know it until we start talking it out. And that's a different, definitely a different time. And that was, everybody had their space. Today, you got 12-year-olds with 17-year-olds. You got boys hanging out with girls just to encourage them on the foolery. And that's one of the biggest, so if we go 10 years in this same old behavior, at some point, somebody's going to self-destruct.
Yeah.
So, and that's just, and I'll say this, my last thing. One of the greatest indicators, anybody who is a parent, and I've, before I got married, I was dating women. I used to go through the house. And the one thing I always found, that women who really don't pay attention to their children's doors are always shut. And when you open up that door, it smells like everything but flowers.
Oh God.
It's junky, it's nasty. And the first thing they will say is, I don't go in that room. So that means you're not engaged with your children. You have to be engaged. You have to bust open the door like my mama did. What you doing up in here? Let me, so you have, and if you don't, then you get what your child's going to put out to the world. And don't cry when the world has enough of their shit and do what they do. So you got to be engaged, follow up.
I agree.
Good point.
Play this real quick.
Can y'all hear me now? Was it still the echo?
We hear you.
You got another video?
We hear you, Sean. Go ahead.
Okay. No, I was going to say, you made a few things. First off, Pastor Darius Daniels. I want to acknowledge him because that's the pastor you spoke about a couple of times today at your church. One, when you were speaking about the lessons that he's giving right now. If you guys want to hear a great volume of sermons, he's doing one right now. Look up Darius Daniels, and you will be able to find it. He has plenty of series. Coach, I have one that you might love of his. It's called Love and Basketball. And he makes a lot of sports references via basketball and life references. And he's younger than us, but he's very profound in his teaching. So Darius Daniels, I want to give him a shout out. That program you were speaking of is called Made Men. I actually got my penning ceremony last year. I went through the program and the steps and became a made man. And it's surrounded around mentoring one another and helping one another. A lot of what we're speaking to today, and being able to not only do it, but recognize it, understand certain standards and characteristics that will define a man and not a male. and hold each other accountable on being able to not only demand it, but create it as standards for other men to live by. Iron sharpens iron, so to speak. So I just wanted to shout him out directly. Darius Daniels, Dharius, is Darius. And secondly, there's a word that you said also, Precious, that I think we need to really hone in on a little more. Low self-esteem. 2 words. Low self-esteem is something that is usually rooted in a lot of the challenges that people who do wind up deleting or having those thoughts. It starts there. And there's signs of it, such as a lot of you brought up, that we can see. And there's sometimes signs that we can't, simply because, like therapy, you're only as good as the person who trusts you. A lot of time they don't trust enough with the low self-esteem to open up enough to show anybody. So you could be around and ask all the questions, but if they lie with the answers, you won't be able to say. If they're saying I'm fine, oh, I don't have an issue, you know, it will become that you're imposing your will on them, or you're saying something that they didn't ask for, which we hear often in these social media spaces. Who asked you? Well, guess what? Consideration and concern asked me. Who? Mind your business. That's what usually happens when we miss signs. We mind our business. So, whether I'm imposing or whether I'm not minding my business, sometimes I'm able to recognize some of those characteristics because I'm looking for them. I'm looking for when you have those, like Coach just described, when you're closed off, or when you're isolating yourself. I'm looking for those things, whether it be the children or the adults. Often it's the adults that I see it in more often than the children, and the children are just a reflection of the adults that are raising them, or the adults that they're around. So I look for it in the adults because I want to help the children. And sometimes if the adults can't recognize it, then the children definitely won't. But the difference is that even when the children don't recognize it, they're more open and accessible to hearing and learning what's going on, or taking accountability of what they're doing, because they haven't created a narrative to protect or to defend or to deflect. So, being more mindful of one another, and listening and asking questions. One of the biggest things is, who asked you, is one of the things that I hone in on all the time. When somebody say, it ain't none of your business, ain't nobody asked you. To me, that's a defense mechanism. That's something that they don't want you to know. So when we talk about honest, open, and transparency, you can't be open and transparent if you don't want to. Yeah, wow, that couldn't have been, thank you, Lord, that couldn't have been more on time.
All right, so I just wanted to play this last video, and then we're going to get into final words and get out of here. I really appreciate all of you guys. Ricky, JR, if you want to speak on, if you're still there, you can definitely do so. But I wanted to play this video, then we'll do closing words. We'll start with you, JR, and then we'll work our way to Coach Ferg, Sean, and then our pain being our last final words. But I found a video that I had posted a while ago, and I believe we need more of this.
No, you know why? Why you want to run back? Yes, I'm yelling at you because you are my brother, and I'm seeing you do some lame shit in front of some bitches. Bro. That's why I'm yelling at you. Bro. And if you don't understand that, Lee J, if you don't understand where your brothers is coming from about you doing, you didn't hear because you were drunk. It's time for us to really control our pimping. Look, Lee J, you my brother, and you my brother. I don't want to fight you. I don't want to fight you, bro.
And it's all given with love. I think some. All right, another video, but I pretty much was saying, we need people like that to give us that that pep talk, that realness, and like he said, I'm your brother, I don't want to fight you, you know, is coming across with love. And you saw how there was hesitation with that guy. Now, I'm not saying that he was contemplating unaliving himself. I'm not, you know, saying that. But what I'm saying is we need more men. It's like Coach Ferg was saying back in the day, you would have your boys around you like, yo, what are you doing? You being foolish right now. You tripping. And nowadays we don't necessarily have that. We have social media that makes things so divisive, and it separates us that everybody's scared to kind of love on one another, like Ricky was talking about earlier. You know, not only should you love your spouse, but you should love your neighbor. It's a neighborly thing. I remember when we was younger, my parents used to have me and my brother shoveling the neighbor's yard, raking the neighbor's leaves, right? And we didn't like it. We already tired from doing ours. It's cold out here. Our fingers are cold and shriveled up. But it was a practice. And we didn't understand it then, but now you know what it is because you see the absence of it. I know what it is to be neighborly. I know what it is to just smile at someone or just give someone a hug or just see how someone is doing for their well-being, not just for mine. So I just wanted to play that video, you know, because it's definitely a depiction of when a friend cares about you. When a friend cares about you, they're going to come see about you. And we need more people coming to see about us. And we need people to be honest about wanting to be seen or needing to be seen. I need your help. I need your guidance. I need a pep talk from you. So we got to, you know, men and women, because he talked about men in that video, that guy that I played the last clip, talking about unaliving and the rates and things of that nature. He spoke about men, but there are women who do it as well. And the biggest thing, the number one thing, a lot of people have trouble saying, even myself included, I'm not excluded from this, is I need help. That's the hardest thing for people to admit. I need help. And so we can't be, you know, afraid, or we can't have our pride get in the way of us needing help. If we need help, we need to be able to express that and not feel ashamed, or not saying that we need help being a trauma response of ours. Because if you can't tell someone that you need help, that's a trauma response because you never received it when you asked for it, when you did need it. And usually that's in your younger years. So you develop these mechanisms, these coping mechanisms, or these defensive mechanisms. That's where that comes from. And so we just need to be hot, honest, open, and transparent. And it is process. It's a process, but it doesn't mean that we can't do it. All right. So we're going to go to final words. We're going to start with JR and work our way around.
Yeah, I think you made some excellent points as far as people being afraid of the truth. I just think that's something that's not going to go anywhere. So I think there needs to be an appreciation for caring, because a lot of people just don't really care. They will allow things to happen, and you will continue to do it because they are afraid to talk to you. So shout out to everybody that is able to come to you and say, hey, this was foul, or you shouldn't have done this, because it's rare. But overall, I just think you just made some excellent points as far as with that. You kind of took some of the things that I was going to say, but just have appreciation for somebody that does do it.
Thank you. And thank you for being here tonight.
Oh, you're welcome. Thanks for having me.
Coach Ferg?
Just really quick, based on the video, you know, if you're going to try to address someone's behavior, or just, you know, try to speak to them regarding, you know, possibly hurting themselves, make sure that both of you are sober, and make sure that there's people around that love both of y'all. You cannot speak to someone in that capacity when they are inebriated, or even if you're drinking. Make sure that they're sober. Stay, if you gotta have a family meeting, sit down in an open environment, but make sure you do that, because that's really important. Also, in that moment, it's not what you say, it's how you say it. It's how you say it. Again, when you start pointing fingers based off someone else's behavior, then they're not going to listen. You have to sort of empathize a little bit, although you may not, believe in what they're doing. Just have an understanding and try to give them an open-minded point of view about it. Not take your feelings out of it. I learned early, from my own father, take my feelings out of it, because he was the only one able to cuss me out and get away with it. But I understand also everybody's not built for it. Again, if you do know somebody, find somebody who has an unbiased opinion about it. A lot of times, we look at the people around us and feel that they can't help us, but we can also learn from a distance by watching other people on what not to do. And again, in our community, we have a hard time of saying that we can't do it, to the detriment of even destroying ourselves or our children. We would not admit that we failed. That's why we see a lot of this out here today. But if you want to change your life and your children's lives, seek the help that you need early as possible. Separate from those people who promote the behavior that you're trying to get away from. Don't force your lifestyle on your children, because they can turn out 10 times worse than you. We do a lot of talking in the Black community. One thing we can do is talk. But then how many of us are willing to walk in our righteous spirit? Because at some point you'll get your breakthrough. It's not going to happen when you want. It's going to come when you're ready and prepared for it. So if you want a life change, just prepare yourself. And maybe you might look as good as me when you get 50. Just maybe. No, I'm just messing around. No, salute. That's for real. Salute.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Always a pleasure.
All right, Sean, final thoughts.
Yeah, thank you for having me. Thank you for the fellas for also joining and sharing your wisdom and sharing your time and sharing your making our speech painful of pain. Nah, seriously, I've been wrestling with this, and two things. The first is I want to be able to um we can change people conditions, money changes your condition, degrees changes your conditions, community, a lot of things can change your conditions. But what happens often is we bring our mindset into those conditions. And so I challenge us, so including myself, to change our mindsets. And therefore your conditions could be more fruitful. And in all that we've been speaking about tonight, our mindsets, I'm glad that we're having a conversation, because our mindsets are changing when we're hearing different things and things from people who we can respect, even when we don't agree. We can respectfully disagree, and then even come to times like I did tonight where we can stand corrected. And I think that portion is often not seen and not promoted as much as it could or should be, and it's rooted in humility as well as in love. You mentioned that word earlier. Now it's a word that is missing from a lot of our environments. And I can't just say in the relationships between men and women, because it's missing in relationships as you just described with men and men. It's hard for us to say we love one another. I started a podcast once with a couple of men that I met online, Carlos and the Gooch, and it was all about Love Sunday. And we emphasized saying I love you to people who came to join us, as well as saying I love you to one another. And I'm going to continue that and encourage that. So, ladies and gentlemen, I love you all. Thank you for sharing your love with me. And I rather, and I do pick up on things that we have similar. Like I said, I try and hone in our similarities as opposed to our differences, and that's why Payne and I can have conversations where it looks like we're hating each other, but in all actuality, we're just passionate about how we feel, but we respect one another and give love to one another to where we can hear each other beyond all of that. And so I want to encourage us to continue that. Thank you, Precious, for lending the platform for us to do it. My daughter said something to me, and this might be a little bit off subject, but it was profound to me. She said, "The world doesn't stop at night." But we got to remember that we don't got to keep up with the world. So sometimes we should take time to just kind of meditate and stop trying to keep up with the world, because the world ain't stopping. But if we stop trying to keep up with the world, it might benefit us as well as those who we encounter. Leave it there. Have a good night. God bless you all. Love you all. And continue blessings to you and yours.
Thank you, Sean. Love you too. All right. All right, Payne, close us out.
Yeah, listen, we get a little, I guess, animated, but it's really all in love for sure. So, I was on mute. I'm sorry. Listen, we get animated a little bit, but it's all in love. But one of the things I have I've come to the revelation over my years is that we spend too much time looking at our skin color. I think we need to look beyond the fact that we're Black in this country and look at ourselves as Americans. We have just as much rights to do and be and thrive and partake in everything that America used to have to offer. And I think that when we start looking at ourselves in the backdrop of all that kind of stuff, I think we miss it. And that's why we get manipulated a lot. Right. So the reason why I didn't really have any issue, not because this guy said something stupid about Black women. Right. It's really insignificant to the things that we're under in terms of pressure. It's a joke. I don't know if he meant it, didn't mean it, and all that kind of stuff. Because what people are telling me is if he was a Black man, nobody would be talking about it. And I think that's stupid. It's either a bad joke or it's just a joke. So that's that thing. The thing about men and needing to be around men, I lived that. Right, because when my mother died when I was early, I lived in my house with my paternal grandmother and grandfather, but she had a lot of daughters. My aunt became my guardian, but my father was still in the picture, but he was working 20 hours a day, pretty much. So we lived there with a whole bunch of cousins and stuff. But when I got around 16 and 17, I knew I needed to get around a lot of men. I don't know who told me that, but maybe it was because I went to Cardinal Hayes High School, which was an all-boys school. And maybe that gave me the idea that in order to go to the next level, I needed to be around men. So when I went to college, I pledged in a fraternity. I think I was a second-year freshman, right? And we had grad students that were Qs and all that kind of stuff. And just being around those guys, I learned a lot. And the camaraderie, besides all the foolery and the stuff that we got into, we did a lot of benefits. We did blood drives. We did the parties, but we did a lot of social kind of things in the community and stuff like that. So I needed that. And plus the conversations that we had under the same kind of similar circumstances were priceless. How to deal with life, how to deal with all that kind of stuff. And being in an organization, I'm not going to be that long. We had roles. We had a president, which was called a bossilus, right? We had keep a record in sales. We had to keep our finances. So we learned how to do business in running the chapter. And I had every so often I had different roles. I had different. I took those different roles, including being the top dog. So, you know, running around with a whole bunch of cues when you're in college is like herding cats. So if you were able to do that, you know, you learn some stuff. And every fraternity person will tell you that because we're all wild and crazy. You know, it's kind of funny. I just was and I'm kind of sounding like a tangent, but it's all part of this thing. I was just with a couple of young guys. They're grown men now, but they pledged like I pledged in '77. So these guys pledged in like 2000s, in the 2000s. But my name is in the record book. They sought me out because they wanted to sit down and talk to me because the chapter we reinstated is still thriving. So I was talking, and we used to get brands, right? And they didn't notice. I said, listen, you know, at one point when I was in charge of the chapter, I told all the brothers, you can't get a brand. Not until after a year. So when your head clears, if you still want one, get one. And both of the guys that I was with, they said, oh, it was you who changed that rule? You know, I didn't know that, you know, he said, we didn't know it was you who changed the rule. Yeah. Yeah. I said, no, you can't do that. You know, because when I got my brand, they could have told me to jump off the roof after I went over. I would have done it.
Oh, wow.
Right. So I said, you want to have your head clear. So when you make those kind of decisions, you don't want to make it under that kind of cloud. So, I mean, so we get influenced by the people around us, things we do, and it's still alive today. Right. So I'm just saying, just kind of bring it home. I think that I get back and forth with my cousins to that. So listen, we got to understand we can't make decisions in how we want to be governed and how we're going to govern people just because our skin is black. There's a place for that, but it's not everything. You know, it's not everything, and it can't be because then we belittle the fact that we are deserved all the benefits of being Americans when America was a great country. And sometimes we lose sight of that because we're worried about what you're doing for black people. And so when I see people get slighted over some stupid comedy joke, you know, and then at the same time look at the news and 25 black people died at the hands of other black people and nobody is saying nothing, I can't reconcile it. I just can't. You know, so and I'm not out of touch with that. I think I should have been more in touch with that when I was a younger man. So when I'm saying this now at 66. So somebody don't have to get to 66 to get that revelation. We need more 20-year-olds and 30-year-olds and 40-year-olds to say we're more than just our skin color. And we need to start making decisions based on policies, based on what's right, and all that kind of stuff. And I think until we start doing that, we'll never be free. We'll never be free. So that's just the way I look at the world. Try to change my daughters to look at the world that way. And that's it. So I appreciate you. You know, I know I sound like a contrarian to everybody sometimes up here, but it's all in love. One thing, me and my sister, she was a retired police officer in New York City. She was a sergeant, and we go back and forth. She bleeds blue, and she's like, "We're gonna have the big Eric Adams conversation sooner or later. It's coming up." We get on the phone, and we laugh at each other. But just like her, I tell her, I said, "Listen, you know, I know it sounds." She thinks I'm a misogynist, of course, but I think I don't want to. I'm tired of hearing black women being coddled. I believe black women in the United States have almost as much rights as white women. Matter of fact, people are scared of black women. You know, I look at they're becoming mayors. They're becoming. Oh, they got so much power in this country, and when they try to play victim, I think that's bullshit. You're not a victim, right? Black mayors, black DAs, almost everywhere, right? Black this, black women this, black women that, black girl magic, right? When that feminists started Black Girl Magic, it was almost at the detriment of every black man. No, not all the money, all the thoughts, all that kind of stuff. No brothers, no fathers, no sons, just black women, which was cool because it was a time to catch up. But then how do you use that kind of stuff? So I think the coddling needs to stop. And then we need to get back together where we understand that we need each other, and I don't need to worship you. And of course, modern era, you don't need to worship us. Right? And so that's when people started talking about 50-50. Well, and made it a derogatory term. Because when you're in a marriage, everything I have is yours. Everything you have should be mine in terms for us to build a family. It's not one or the other, right? You know, if you are cleaning the house, I should be cleaning the house as well. If you're working and I'm working, we should be sharing all the responsibilities. That's just a conversation. So I don't know why we're so disjointed. Uh, and I think that's because we listen to the outside forces, you know, and all that kind of stuff. So I'm all over the place. But I'm just thinking we should stop calling each other and talk real truth. What are you really mad at when you hear a white man saying that? Because if his skin was black, would it still be as offensive? And if you can't say yes to that, then we're at a dichotomy, right? I don't think none of us should be calling each other the N word. I don't think any man should be calling a woman a B word, you know, or vice versa. So I think that's where we are. I think until we get to grips with being consistent, we're going to always have problems. So let me just land it there. Hey, JRC over there. And everybody else. Anyhow, that's me just rambling. But this is a good forum. I like the men's forum. It's cool.
Thanks so much. I appreciate you guys. I appreciate Kenny too. He was here.
That's right. Too bad he's not here. I would like to get a part and shot his ass too.
Thank you to our co-host, which is the chat, who hold us down every week with their perspectives, and we got the mods doing what they need to do in the chat, keeping it calm and kosher in there. So I appreciate you guys a lot. And y'all know my final words is always be real with yourself so you could be real with others. The woman that don't want to, you know, she feels as though she was born feminine and she shouldn't have to be hard. I think that life will teach her real quick that work is a part of life.
Oh yeah.
Even the man that deems you worthy of you staying home, my love, you will still have to work in some type of capacity. My mom always said, whatever you do, whatever you work at, do it with your best foot forward. Do it because you love it. Do it wholeheartedly. And I think that's what's lacking in today, period. I always say good help is hard to find nowadays because people just don't have the desire to actually work and desire to put that work in and be proud of the work that they put in. It's just too easy nowadays. You can get on a podcast and, you know, talk for hours and say one thing and you can clear it up with the I'm sorry, and then you keep on going with your life, right? So, you know, where's the hard work in that? And don't get me wrong, I know the hard work it is, you know, to get on here and edit these videos and do the sound effects and all that other good stuff. But we're not working with our hands no more. And that may become an issue, you know, in the near future. Because the men that, you know, go out and build these roads and do the things that we need that us women do not want to do, right? We don't want to do those things. You know, who knows what that's going to be looking like with technology. So, you know, I don't think that woman is being real with herself, where she has maybe a false sense of reality. And then we moved on to the married couple that's living in two separate homes. Hey, if you like it, I love it. But at the end of the day, that's not something that I would prescribe to. I would not marry a man just to live in a separate house than him. I just don't see, you might as well just continue dating somebody and just never get married. But at the end of the day, they did get married. So they had love, and somewhere, you know, they could not work it out under one roof and resolve to go underneath of two roofs. And that can be a dangerous game in the constitution of marriage. Because, you know, we talk about not getting married, how men are not necessarily doing it. And so now we have people who are married that may see this as an option. And now these married people are living under two different roofs and they're living two different lives, and you're confusing other people who are out here. Probably mainly the single people, because you living like a single person.
Mm-hmm.
So now you got these mixed messages being delivered in all which way directions. But because y'all have this understanding, it's okay and it's right and it's fabulous. But what message are you sending others? You know, we always have to be mindful of that as well. Protection of Black women. What I have to say to that is, you know, do Black women actually a question I have to ask her, do Black women have to be worthy of protection, or is it the duty of the Black man to protect Black women like white men protect white women, and you know the Koreans protect their women? Even though, you know, Koreans have a, you know, Korean women have a MO of almost being like a Black woman, you know, yelling, screaming, hitting, you know, their men. But do their men walk around disrespecting, or do they allow others to disrespect them? So that's just something to ponder on. Do we have to be worthy of protection, or should we be sticking together? Should we be protecting each other and covering each other when other people are not in our presence? You know, should that be a thing? Just something to ponder on. And the UnAlive Awareness Month, I'm glad that we went over that. I'm glad that we were able to give a couple of outlets such as Darius Daniels, Made Man. That is something that, you know, you can look up on the internet and find when he does that. You know, continue to practice this in your own community, saying I love you to your brother, being able to be that shoulder for him to lean on. Two is better than one. So don't try and go through this world alone. Don't think that you can do it alone in your own strength. And seek God. When all else fails, seek God and seek him truly for yourself. Because again, when our day comes, he's not going to ask us about each other. He's only going to ask you about you. And so you have to be real about that. And we already know he already knows, but he want to know if you going to be real about it with him. You know, that's the beauty of a relationship with God. He's not going to force anything. Even though he knows, he's still going to wait for you. He's still going to embrace you whenever you're ready. But you have to be ready to do that. And it doesn't have to be a rush job. It's day by day. You take it day by day. So I appreciate everyone, the co-hosts, everyone on the panel. Thank you guys so much. We went over a little bit, but hey, it's all for the love of the game.
Before you say your last word, can I just say something? Maybe that one on whether Black men should protect Black women, obligated. That's a whole show.
Yeah. That's why I said it's something to ponder on, because I know we could go.
That's a whole show. I mean, that's probably a show worth having, because there's layers to all of that. You know, so maybe that's one we should contemplate. It's up to you on your show.
Yeah, of course.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to throw that out there because that would be a good topic.
No, I appreciate that. Yeah, we'll definitely get into that. We should be live again next Wednesday. But if anything changes, I'll definitely let you guys know. But again, I appreciate you guys. And as I always say, be real with yourself so you can be real with others. You guys have a great Thursday.